I just want to welcome everybody here today. Land Conservation Development Commissions in town, they do a couple of traveling meetings every year, and we're fortunate enough this year to have them down in Medford. So it's great. It's been 2 years, 3 or 4 years, pre-COVID. It's kind of, one of those things like where so it's super glad to have them here. It's a it'll take folks that represent the entire geography of the state and different interests in the state. So amazing group of folks with a lot of different varying interests and perspective on the land use. They're here today to kind of hear from local folks, hear what's going on. We just did a tour, many of you were part of, showcasing the Alameda fire and both the damage that took place and recovery. Super informative. That was really good. Now we're really here to just do kind of an around the table discussion about things that you guys want to talk about, about land use. I mean, it can be, obviously land use has a big umbrella, right? So, and I think that's why a lot of us like land use, because it covers a lot of territory. But kind of as a prompt for discussion, before we do kind of a around the horn introduction, the prompt for discussion that we kind of put out there that we've been doing a little bit is that we just approached the 50-year milestone of the statewide land use planning program, right? It's a program that's very unique to Oregon. No other state has a program this in the same way as Oregon. I think for those of us who have worked in other states, there's good and bad with that. I think most of us think it's mostly good, but there's definitely some things of having a top-down land use planning program that don't sit well, especially with local people. So we're here really to kind of reflect on 50 years of land use in Southern Oregon. Kind of like to, you guys can feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about, really. But if you have any reflections on the things that you're proud of that have happened, maybe because of or in spite of the land use planning program, things that have maybe been constraints, but also kind of looking forward, say, to the next 50 years, even though it's hard for humans to be able to think that long, maybe the next 20, next 50 years, to kind of think about what are the things that we're doing right that we don't need to change, but also maybe like, what are the things that we think might need to change in our land use planning program to facilitate the type of development that we want to see happen in the future, right? So just a couple prompts, and we kind of go around and we can either do a little popcorn style or we can do around the horn. I don't like to put pressure on people that chat if we don't want to, but maybe we just do a little popcorn style kind of thing. And if we're stalled out too much, we can chat. But before we do that, I just want to turn it over to Brenda, Dr. Brenda Bateman, who's our director for the department, to say a few things, and then we'll do some introduction.
Thank you, Josh. Can folks hear me okay? My name is Brenda Bateman. I'm the director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I wanted to just take a moment to thank you for your warm welcome this morning as we were on our tour and in the days leading up to this meeting and the meeting itself. I was struck this morning and I wanted to say something. I've mentioned it to a couple folks already, that I think we heard the word region and regional partnership this morning more than you normally hear as you tour some communities. And I just wanted to give you kudos for that and tell you it's one of my favorite things to be able to see the coordination and, the smart use of resources and talent and brains that you've got access to, that you've put it towards, a forward-looking direction. It was really neat to see this morning, and I wanted to thank you for welcoming us and the commission to your community. And then I just wanted to pass it to our chair for a couple of words as well.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, welcoming us to your various communities. I wanted to kind of add to what you said around, I like the word responsibility that I heard from community members, and kind of that responsibility after such a tragedy to coordinate, work together, find the resources, just really showing a deep sense of community is what I feel I learned in this trip. I have a whole bunch of notes that maybe I'll say at the end around the actual like specific land use that I felt like I benefit from, but the sense of community is the greatest thing I had. I did want to say that we are live and being recorded. So I thought that was good. I always like to know those kind of things. And that Newswatch 12 is the video camera that's around. So I think they're going to use some of our footage as background, but I always appreciate to know those kind of things. So thank you. Thanks for having us. We're just going to go around and introduce ourselves, I think.
Yeah, we can just keep going.
Yeah.
Great. I'm Nick Lelak. I am the vice chair of the commission. I represent Eastern Oregon, 18 counties on the eastern part of the state. And in my day job, I serve as the Deschutes County Administrator.
I forgot to mention I'm a real estate developer in Portland, Oregon, and I represent the Portland region.
My name's Stuart Warren. This will be my last meeting as the Southern Oregon rep. I work for the city of Eugene now, and I've recently made Eugene my full-time home.
My name is Leanne Thompson. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner of 9 years, and I've just begun as the Coastal Counties representative. So from the Columbia all the way down the coast to the California border.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gerard Sandoval. I'm the representative of the Willamette Valley. This is my last meeting. I'm a professor at the University of Oregon. Teach urban planning. And yeah, I want to thank you for the wonderful tour today. It was fantastic. I've gotten another tour from a nonprofit called Lamakatsi. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. So for them, I got the kind of the forest tour of how to do forest prevention through controlled burns and so forth. So now I get to see the urban aspect and I've seen the forest aspect, and I really see how both have to kind of work together because, yeah. So anyways, thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. I'm Alan Lazo. I'm the recently retired executive director at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, and I represent the Portland metropolitan area.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. I'm Darby Earthblood. I serve the city of Mount as mayor.
I'm Joe Slaughter. I'm the deputy city manager of the city of Phoenix. I think it's also important to point out that I was the community and economic development director very recently. So my background is planning, American Institute certified planning. So I have a planning background, but I'm serving now as deputy city.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Mays. I'm the community development director for the city.
I'm Greg Mullins. I started in 2002 as the Oregon, and I'm still based here in the next past. And my role now is expanded, so I'm also working on program directors. People stay on, but I'm still very active.
Hi, everybody. I'm Charles Bennett from Jackson County, Long Range Planner.
I'm Kelly Benny. I'm also from Jackson County. I'm the fiscal administrative manager standing in for Ted Zuck. Do not have as much experience as Ted Zuck, but I'll try my best.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ian Foster. I'm the planning director for the city of Jacksonville.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Donna Bowen, mayor of Jacksonville.
Good afternoon. Brandon Goldman, community development director for city of Ashland.
Good afternoon, Jerry Marmon, area manager with the Oregon Department of Transportation.
Want to introduce yourself?
Like a dramatic.
The music just stops.
I'm Jeff Golden. I represent Senate District 3 in the Senate. That's Medford, Ashland, Phoenix, Chandler, Jacksonville, the more populated part of Jackson County, and I chair the Senate Natural Resources and Wildlife. And thanks for coming down and inviting us.
Thanks for joining us. So, before you showed up, what I was just saying is to kind of prompt discussion, and you guys can feel free to talk about whatever you want. We've just come up on the 5th-year anniversary of the statewide land use planning program, which is a pretty big milestone. You know, we're a very unique state when it comes to the country, you know, to the world for land use planning. Good and bad with that, right? It's a top-down kind of perspective on planning. And that translates differently in different regions of the state. So, like I said, you can talk about whatever you want, but as a prompt, we're kind of thinking about looking back, and thinking about the things you're proud of in this community that were either facilitated by, the land use program or kind of happened because of it. And then also looking into the future and the types of things or changes that we might need to see change in the land use planning program to facilitate the type of development we want to have. And Greg, I'm going to put you on the spot if you're okay, because to start the discussion, and I'm only saying this because Brenda, Dr. Bateman, pointed out that we use the term regional a lot, and I think that we do that in Southern Oregon because we're used to that, and a lot of it has to do with the fact we went through like a 13-year process called regional problem solving. And I'm going to just boil it down real simply and then turn it over to Greg. But the concept was that the region was growing very quickly, and we wanted to figure out regionally where the best places to grow were. And that's both good for the rural side of things to provide security for people investing in agriculture, but also for the people that are investing in real estate and development, and for the cities to know where they want to grow. The concept originally was we want to envision the doubling of the region's population and to provide urban reserves or area for the region to grow, and that kind of looking at it and kind of making that work with the planning program. We align that with urban reserve planning and looking at population projections. And really what happened is we found out based on population growth trends that the region was set to double based on population projections over the next 50 years. I think that's slowed down since, but the region came together and all of the cities except Ashland and Olean, Jacksonville for that matter, most of the cities, I should say, in the valley here elected to select urban reserves through that regional process. The biggest thing I think that many of us who participated in that process and who even came after that process will attest to, that probably the biggest thing that came out of that wasn't the urban reserves, it was the relationships that were built during that collaborative process that have really kind of resonated, and we've been able to retain that. And because we're kind of a tight geography, we're able to look at things and think about things regionally. So I'm going to shut up, turn it over to Greg and you all to chit chat about that and whatever else.
Thanks, Josh. Like I mentioned, I started in 2002. So the first 10 years of my working here was the last 10 years of that 12 to 13-year project. I'm very involved. And I think some of the comments that I was going to make have already been said. When I looked up, that plan was acknowledged in 2012. It's not perfect. I think all of us would change something about it, but it's overall providing a good roadmap going forward. And I agree that I think the most important thing that came out of that was really a change in the way that planning was done in this region. This corner of the state, I work in my territory is 6 counties from Douglas County down and over to Granite County. I have to say, politically, it's been relatively hostile to the land planning program over all those years. That's changed with the group, but there's still that hostility there in places. But in spite of that, I think the communities and the staffs and
a lot of the political officials really came together through that process, and that collaboration, the relationships that were built there, even though a lot of the people that formed those relationships are gone, the people that have stepped in behind them are continuing that collaboration. And I think that's something that this region really deserves a lot of credit for. I think it's powerful. This is the largest collection of urban reserves outside of the metro area in the state. And it's also, I think, the place where collaboration of this type is working the best in the communities that I see around the state. And I would include Metro in that, frankly. I think that they're forced to, and they do it begrudgingly. Down here, they're not forced to, but I think it's happened. It happens anyway.
So I give the region a lot of credit for that, and I think there's something here worth looking at and possibly emulating. Since I have the floor, I'll just finish up with the comments that I thought I would bring here. I mentioned my role has expanded in recent years to being the Working Lands Program Director, so farm forest land preservation statewide, in addition to my local responsibilities. If we're looking for things for the future, I think there's really two things. One is that the program needs to continue to evolve to address new issues. And I think, climate change wasn't really talked about in the early 1970s. And the degree to which wildfire affects our communities has only become more important over the last 10 years or so. And the program, I think, is responding to that in positive ways, and I want to encourage that to continue. The second thing, though, is that there are a lot of places where the program has been well established for all these decades that needs a little refreshing. And the one example that I will throw out there right now that I know you're all involved in already is the goal 3, to look at goal 3 and the protections around that. I think those kinds of things are really important to take a look at what's here, what's been working, what hasn't been updated, and how maybe it should be updated. And I really encourage that to continue going forward as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to there's a lot of other smart people over here, so I'm going to shut up and let them talk. But I thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your service.
Again, Brandon Goldman, City of Ashland. I want to echo both what Josh and Greg have indicated in terms of the regional approach to planning that we've taken in this valley. And that's in large part because we're all interconnected. The housing crisis that the City of Ashland has experienced is the same housing crisis and the same demographics that are impacting the cities of Talent, Phoenix, Medford, Grants Pass. And so that coordinated approach to these issues, I think, is vital. The same being true for our economic development of each of the communities. I will note that Josh indicated that Ashland was one of 2 cities that didn't identify urban reserves as part of that regional process. But Ashland, as the other communities, were intimately involved in that regional plan. Ashland opted not to identify urban reserves because we felt we could accommodate population growth by increasing densities within our existing urban growth boundary. And that has proven true to date, but again, there's still more work to do. Population increase has slowed, as Josh mentioned. But in terms of long-range planning, I think that we should all still be planning for that needed housing type. And much of that needed housing would have to be in areas that are already provided services or in close proximity to the schools and shopping centers and things that the people need for their daily activities. So in that sense, it's been very rewarding to work with other cities in looking at these issues on a regional basis. And that holds true in terms of economic development as well. Obviously, each city has distinct employment sectors that they're looking to support, but they all work collectively, and our workforce travels from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, as we all see. And so it's important for us to work collaboratively to make sure that each community can be self-sustaining as well as sustain the entire region collectively. So.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah. I started serving the city of Talent in 2001 when I was appointed as the city councilor, and then later as the planning commissioner, actually the chair. And so I have hung around the RPS process for that whole time. It was involved over the years. And I just want to mention that I think one of the kind of hallmarks of that process was that the process aligned the values with the different jurisdictions on the front side. And I think where there is a regional process or a large project like that, where there's that kind of buy-in from the beginning about, you know, shared desired outcomes is really what made that process so successful. And I think what makes it successful today. I recognize that there are challenges with the process, but I think really that is what's made it so successful. I also want to add one other thing, since I have the floor, and really here to listen more than talk, and really glad that our community development director, Kristen, is here today. She's really hit the ground running in our city, joining us just after the fire. You know, I think it's going to be really important. I think we all recognize that we're going to be facing the kind of catastrophes that talent faced in September of 2020, more and more in the state. And one of the things that I think we've found really challenging in talent is when, you know, a 30-year city is leveled and suddenly the whole city looks completely different and will likely evolve in a completely different way. I mean, there are some consistencies with the codes and the zoning and all of that, but things are going to look completely different. Some of the mechanisms that are in place, and what comes to mind is the climate friendly initiatives. Some of that stuff just doesn't work anymore. And so that I think we're going to need, as we look at the future where we're going to be facing these kinds of catastrophes for communities, I think we're going to have to find a place where we can embed some flexibility in how we look at rebuilding, because it just, you know, you make plans based on what things look like prior to the fire and how the general structures of cities are prior to the fire, but without honestly, the lack of flexibility has gotten in our way a couple of times trying to rebuild. And again, what comes to mind is the climate friendly stuff, but there's other things, and I really would leave it to Kristen to come up more intelligently about what's going on in talent on the land use front. But those would be my comments. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate hearing what you have to say. It's always valuable input there, I guess, information to share. I guess from my perspective, I guess this idea of regional cooperation, there's a couple of major points that I think kind of come to mind in hearing about, I guess, how we operate as a region and how we use the term region so often in talking about our planning and our processes. The first is, I think many of us identify that, you know, we're stronger together, and that there is the strength in cooperation. And I think we saw that immediately after the Alameda fire. I think as a city who experienced it directly, and as I guess a person and an employee of a city who experienced it directly, the immediate outpouring from the other jurisdictions, the county, and you know, just the willingness to step in and help was somewhat overwhelming, as far as like it was unexpected, and it was pretty remarkable and very much appreciated. But because of that, also it kind of started us in this realm of collaborating on things that maybe we hadn't before, and to give us an opportunity to look at. I think you mentioned earlier about how, you know, we were kind of looking at necessary improvements to some processes and some things we've done in the past, and how those are, you know, we needed to do better moving forward. And so I think that's kind of just naturally occurred, and the more you get those repetitions of working with somebody, the more you say, hey, you know, maybe we'll go back to that, or that really worked last time. And so some of it was kind of just that naturally evolving process of collaboration and the experience of like seeing how doing that work can benefit. So that's the first one. The second one is that that this is a relatively small area, and we're all very kind of closely interrelated. And generally speaking, you know, what benefits Phoenix might also benefit Talent or Medford, and vice versa. You know, when we look at strategic improvements for infrastructure development, you know, and land use as it relates to infrastructure for transportation and other things, you know, those impacts are felt beyond city limits. And so I think, you know, more and more as I meet more with city administrators and like, you know, people identify that, you know, the starting point isn't necessarily your city limit boundary. It's what we're talking about, like, what can we do that benefits the most across city limits line, knowing that and looking that way, we're going to benefit ourselves the most in the long run. I mean, everybody's still working for their own organization, but I think it's really been inspiring, I guess, kind of to see that collaboration the last few years. The last part or point I'll make before, I guess, handing over, I guess, the conversation to somebody else is that it's really interesting to me, coming from a land use background, that RPS is now being held up as a model for how we approach other regional problems. So homelessness is one that have been involved in those discussions quite a bit recently. And it's interesting to see, non-planners saying, well, what about what they did, what we did, or what they did for, RPS? Is that a model we can use to solve this problem also? So, I mean, not only can we be an example to other parts of the state for land planning, I think it is a model for how we can approach problems kind of generally as a region. And I think as a planner, I think that's kind of cool to see, right? So that's what I have to say on that point, I guess.
I'll add a little bit. So I have a pretty diverse background. I have planned around the state in Oregon. I was in Eastern Oregon and Deschutes County for some time, and then I've been in Tillamook for about a year, and then was back down in California. So I have a really high level view of the Rogue Valley. It is regional. The planners really are cooperative with each other. I've never experienced that in my planning career. And we all like to work together, and we collaborate together. So it has been an interesting and welcoming change for me as far as being planning director. It's nice that everybody's willing to come in and hey, we can help you do this. And DLCD's been great. Josh has been great helping get me up to speed on Oregon land use planning, because it is very different than California land use planning. But in the region, and I believe it has to do with the regional problem solving and having that all together, because I've never experienced that. Talent's in a little bit of a we have issues in ourselves because of our urban growth boundary and what was done with the regional problem solving. And so now we have land that we'd like to bring in, but we cannot because we have all this UTV land that is not, that we don't know if it's feasible to develop. So the easy land to develop isn't being brought into our UTV. But I'm working with DLCD. We're going to be trying to solve this problem. We got a grant opportunity to do a feasibility study, but I just really appreciate working in the Rogue Valley and making sure that and working with with DLCD staff and Greg also has been very helpful in making sure that we're following all the regulations and goals.
Well, I guess I'll jump in just because you're talking about the city perspective and urbanizing, bringing in housing and so forth. But it's also the conservation. We have to preserve our farm and forest lands, and RPS was part of that, was to identify those areas that we did want to protect as a region. So that's an important aspect that I'd like just to reiterate what you were saying, Greg. That we're looking at, you guys are looking at goal 3 and identifying some of those uses, and then those impacts are real, as you've seen on the tour today, through what's happening in those farmlands. So I just wanted to bring that other aspect of it, the conservation of farm and forest land, was part of that whole discussion process. So.
If I could jump in with a wildfire lens, that's been my greatest single focus the last few years in the legislature. I was struck by some of Greg's comments. We've known each other around land use for a long time. And, he referred to the lack of affection that a lot of people around here have for the state land use system, and ways in which ongoing dialogue through RPS and elsewhere has improved that. And I think that's right. I was a Jackson County Commissioner in the late 80s. And at the time, we took the board heard all the hot contested cases, and that doesn't happen anymore. It was a rough time. It's not quite like that anymore. But what we've seen in connection with the wildfire program I don't know if I want to call it a resurgence or a reminder that we continue to have a challenge, mostly with our rural population, around the legitimacy of the kind of policy direction that some of us think are important. I know I was a sponsor of Senate Bill 762 in 2021, and we were kind enough to give your department the charge of looking, really planning and recommending potential revisions in state land use law around considering wildfire. It didn't mandate any action or anything else, just a study, but that was enough to really upset some people, as you probably remember from a meeting, I think in the fall in Eastern Oregon. And we've had a tremendous challenge within that bill around our wildfire risk maps, which got a lot of attention. And we did a number of things in terms of public rollout communication quarterly, and have learned some lessons from that, and are revising our direction on that. But the fact remains that there are a significant number of rural property owners who are very sensitive to the notion of anything regulatory with regard to what they do. It's, what I would consider to be really modest requirements around landscaping in particular that are kind of a non-starter for a lot of people. So now going forward, it's very clear that there's several moving parts here in terms of reducing wildfire risk, and some people would like to point to just one and say, leave me alone and take care of that one. But it's quite clear that most of the fires of the last decade in California and Oregon that have really hammered, in Colorado that have really hurt communities, started in the home ignition zone. And our home ignition zone is getting larger as we develop, have developed more in mostly forested areas. And we would be not doing our duty if we didn't work really hard at that. And I just want to underscore that challenge going forward, increasing the difficulty of building or building in some fashions in what are high hazard areas. And I don't think anybody's got the secret about how to do that in a super peaceful way, but that still lies ahead. And right now we have backed off of anything regulatory in 762 around defensible space, and they're trying some incentive and positive collaborative approaches. But I think that's just putting off a time where we have some really difficult conversations about it. And I imagine you folks are part of that.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to thank you for your support to our department and our legislative team as we work in the Capitol. It's been really good to partner with you, and particularly on the wildfire issue, just sort of giving us the space to put forward a set of recommendations that we did a year ago. We tried to be really reflective of what we were hearing in terms of lessons learned from communities. And so we put out some recommendations that are voluntary, but it was really a reflection of what we heard. And it was all in the planning space. So we just noted things that we heard from communities about the importance of planning evacuation routes and partnering with agencies that may have the keys to gates that block evacuation routes, transportation, connectivity. Of course, more than anything, the public engagement and making sure that the folks who are affected get a chance to plan and, help with the resilience plan moving forward. But a couple of other things that are in there too that tend to be a little bit more technical or in the planning space is this idea of connecting our wildfire plans to all the other plans that we're required to put together, our natural hazard mitigation plans, our comp plans. Sometimes we put those together in a silo and they don't really cross-reference or necessarily fit together very well. So that we made some comments about that, as well as planning for after. And I think that became really apparent that, after a fire, the very next flood or the very next rain that comes through has some implications as well with fire hardened ground. Then you've got runoff, you've got landslides, you've got compounding if you haven't planned for how you're going to mitigate that, track it, monitor it, and prepare your communities. So we put all that together in one document we're really proud of, but I just wanted to make sure folks knew that. It's up on our website. We've offered it to the legislature and said, if any of these ideas in here strike you and you'd like to put some resources towards that, here's some thoughts and ideas. But that's out there for communities to just pick up and run with if you have an interest in that as well.
I just want to add that your staff's been terrific to work with around Senate Bill 762.
Yeah. I have a comment to response. So I've been doing some research on the labor force around fire prevention, actually in this area. And most of that labor force, when it comes to controlled like burns, getting rid of shrubs, and basically the tough labor, behind that, it's mostly done by Latino immigrants. And now we're finding out that it's actually being done by guest workers, so Mexican guest workers. So I don't know if there's any discussion at the state level around these issues.
I'm not sure this directly answers your question, but one element of the Pro program that we are really proud of is the Oregon Conservation Corps. And this is, it almost goes back to sort of the New Deal CCC concepts, but it takes younger folks. There are different versions of it. Sometimes it's quite challenged and underserved community folks, and sometimes youth that have had tough interactions with the law. Sometimes it's broader than that. But we now have, and we just re-upped it for $10 million for the coming year. And they are doing the kind of work you're talking about, not out in the woods so much, but in the WUI. And, it is, as you can imagine, has multiple benefits. They're doing great fuel reduction work, and they are the workforce of the future in this space. And there's no other sign that that youth or people are available to do this work going forward. And they are really a diverse group in almost any way you can think of, geographically, racially, economically. And I don't know, I know there's a significant Hispanic sector, significant Native American sector, and that's happening. But we haven't gotten into issues around the guest worker program or anything like that.
I'm really struck, Madam Mayor, by your comments about shared values and wondering how you came to define those, and I would say strengthen them to create that workable unity you talked about. And I'm also struck by what you said about we're all facing more catastrophic events. So I think there's probably a relationship.
Yeah, I over the years, really participated in the process in kind of patches of my involvement with the community, and probably Greg can answer this question better than I could. But, I think my personal experience was that the values that were developed for the RPS process around preserving our agricultural lands was really well developed, and I think presented to the community before we got started. And so I hope I'm answering your question when I say that I think we all had a really deep understanding of what the mission was, and that we all aligned on, I felt like we all aligned on, the desired outcomes, the presented desired outcomes. From my experience, it was one of the most, one of the most cohesive collaborative processes that I've been involved in, especially since Alaska. I've had about 12 years or something like that. Yeah. And I think it's important to say too, that on the other side of it, there are some challenges with it that Krista touched on in our community where we're facing. But I also see that everybody keeps coming to the table to work on it. So I hope that answered your question. And then, what was the other question?
Catastrophe.
Oh, yeah, yes. Well, I mean, I think, my opinion is that, we are in climate chaos and we're going to see more. I think, we're the canary in the mine. I think Talent Phoenix are the canary in the mine. I think, what we saw that day across the state demonstrates that every city is vulnerable in the state. And, I want to say that I also really appreciate that in all of the efforts, especially in Phoenix and in Talent, there's been a real, a genuine effort to try and accumulate the intelligence that we've gathered from these experiences. And Senator Golden has done a really good job, and Oregon Representative Pam Marsh has done a really good job of staying really close to the communities and making sure that they carry that information to the problem solvers, right, to the decision makers at the state level. But yeah, I think what we learn and what we talk about in these early kind of recovery years could determine some really good game plans for the future. And so I really appreciate that you took the tour today, and I hope that is one of the outcomes of these conversations. And I hope I answered your question.
I'd like to just ask a question. We've heard a lot about regional problem solving, the RPS program you went through, and that is a function of our statewide planning program. That's where the path is created, and that plan is now almost 12 years old. And it's great that it's been this vehicle to bring everybody together. And you probably can see where I'm going to go with my question is, when we think about what's changed since then, what the region is addressing now with housing, the climate chaos. You mentioned the climate friendly and equitable communities that work, the wildfire hazard. Is there discussion of amending it, addressing it, of updating it, of revisiting it, just given what has changed since 2012? Or is it alive and well and functioning, and if it's not broken, don't fix it? I'm just curious.
Easy question. I would say that there should be some changes to it, but I'm a minority because I'm outside. But yeah, I would like to see.
Maybe I'll hop on here. So I get a unique position where I actually work for Jackson County, and I was the planner that took it through the process. And then actually, while that was happening, I got a job with the state and came over. Even though I was trying to hand it off to another regional rep, I actually was the one that took it to the commission. So it was a weird position. So, but here's what I'll say. I think during the process, you realize not everybody's going to get exactly what they want because it's a regional process. So Brandon from the city of Ashland alluded to the fact that Ashland decided not to select urban, but the way that the statute works and the path we were going down, if Ashland would have pulled out at that time, it would have actually derailed the entire project. We would have had to start over. So them just kind of staying in it during the process, even though they didn't have anything to gain from it, was really valuable. When it comes to some cities like Talent had more urban reserves planned during the process, but some of their areas got a lot of concern from citizens who were essentially threatening to appeal the whole process. And it was one of those things where the region decided to remove or reduce the amount of urban reserves for Talent because they didn't want to sink the entire ship, right? So I think everyone acknowledges that there are going to need to be some changes, like Talent, got the short end of the stick there because the region didn't want to fight the fight for Talent. And I think, in a smart way, decided to just in Talent, it actually decided to pull out a certain area. So I think there are going to need to be some challenges. Whether we actually go back and look at the entire thing is a bigger question, because I think everyone can admit that it was part of the process, that while it was a very great experience, it was difficult. It was a lot of work and it took a really long time to do. And I don't know if anybody is willing and wanting to get back into that, to be totally honest. So I think there might be some little fixes here and there, some things that happen, not even in the process of RPS, but the way that it was built, that if you do make some changes, you may need to go through that process and get basically reconstitute kind of a group of people to decide, make some decisions, but taking it back on a whole scale, I don't know if we're ready for that. So.
Can I just ask a question, and Kristen, do you think that it's really the individual city's ability to amend some of the pieces of it that's so challenging? I feel like that's kind of a high barrier.
Yeah, Greg, you can go.
On the one hand, I do want to, I have to say, I can't say that without mentioning that in some ways, the urban reserves really helped us right after the fire. With some of the wild, planning that was everybody was trying to help, and there was a lot of focus on some of those lands that may not have had the outcomes that we wanted. So in some ways, the urban reserves were helpful in that regard.
The partial answer to your question, if I may. The process was built with 2 paths of amendment within it already. A minor one, which if it doesn't have certain impacts and it doesn't involve more than one jurisdiction, a single jurisdiction can do. But if it gets past a certain threshold, then it requires bringing everything back together. One of the challenges Josh was right that Talent originally had more proposed to come into the urban reserves and pulled some back, largely because there was a big public outcry. Some of those areas that got pulled out actually would have exacerbated the problem that they're having now, where they have some land that's in the UGB that they can't develop, because some of those areas were on the outside of that. That would not have helped anything at this point. So Talent probably has a unique situation as far as that goes. And they do have some challenges that are very real. And I think some of them can be resolved without having to take the major amendment approach. Maybe a lot of them could, but it's going to take some creativity and some work. That's my opinion.
Of the 5 cities who adopted urban reserves, urban reserves, 3 of them have already completed, I would say, major urban growth boundary expansions at such a point, Medford, Phoenix, and so there's Eagle Point, Talent, Haverton, and I think Eagle Point's mostly a matter of time, but Talent's a lot more the complexity of what's in the existing urban growth boundary, maybe the bigger problem. I think, so some of that's going to depend on how successful those urban growth boundary expansions were, and what's remaining, and the absorption rate, et cetera, what ends up developing for those cities. I think before the region may come to the table altogether and say, hey, we've got a problem we need to fix, because I don't know that we've demonstrated overall that there's a problem yet. I mean, there may be some tweaks that need to be made for certain circumstances, but so far it's working, I would say. I mean, I was majorly involved in Medford's urban growth boundary as a planner for them during the process, and now with Phoenix in, I guess, finishing the urban growth boundary expansion process, I will say that neither one was simple or seamless, and that 100% would say this is the best in all cases. So that's not my point there, but I would say that so far I think we've demonstrated that we can make it work to this point, and we'll see where we're going. And I don't think overall the region hasn't said this is a major problem. I guess in that vein, I will say that Phoenix in particular has some very interesting urban reserves, kind of touched on earlier today, with both that area PH3 that we went to, that was fire damage and being redeveloped, and it's going to change, very significantly our population size. But then the one that I said I was going to talk about later and hadn't already mentioned now was area called PH5, which is on the other side of the freeway. And then instead of a previously urbanized area, we're talking greenfield development. And this thing was the South Valley Employment Center that it was given to Phoenix as not a Phoenix thing, but as a regional thing for Phoenix to bring into its city limits and to develop. And it was brought into our urban growth boundary recently through that methodology. Basically, we weren't able to show a local need for it for Phoenix, but we showed a regional need for it. And so it is now an urban growth boundary and working to develop that land. The legislation has been very helpful in that regard. I mentioned earlier that we have $5 million, I think I mentioned, but for a water reservoir that's going in that area will help to provide water. We got another $4.5 million this year through the legislative session for infrastructure for roads, sewer, et cetera, into a portion of that. So we're working with the state and also I'd say the city of Medford very closely, because this abuts a portion of their recently expanded urban growth boundary as well, the whole South Valley employment area. But we want to be able to demonstrate this as a model of success of what can happen. I think the most important part of it is between Medford and Phoenix is roughly 400 acres of land that is meant to be for employment development. So this is truly a regional employment center. This is between Phoenix's exit 24, Medford's exit 27. We're looking at a crossing over the freeway at South Stage Road. In between those two, even the possibility of an interchange. So we're looking at freeway adjacent, good for regional development. This thing also came up in the discussion of chip manufacturing, in the discussion of, there's nowhere in the state where we can cite some kind of large, manufacturer. We don't have any land within urban growth boundaries. I think we raise our hand and say, we have 400 acres that has gone through this process of regional problem solving. We identified it, 12 years ago and saying, this is where it's going to go. We've done the work now to demonstrate the need for it. And we've brought it into our urban growth boundaries and we're saying, here it is. So I think the message we want is, if we want the system to continue to be successful, we need to support the system in its success. And I think, again, the legislature has helped a lot in funding, so we can help with some of that work. My last point on that is staff. So I mentioned earlier today, Phoenix Planning Department used to be a half-time planner, and that's it. Right now, I'm not even a planner, I guess, technically anymore, but I'm helping to shepherd a lot of these. We have adding another $3.5 million yesterday for a grant project. We're up to roughly $34 million worth of projects that we're managing in Phoenix, which is wonderful and not at all a complaint, but that takes a ton of capacity. And a lot of this planning work could not have gotten done with the capacity we had before. And the only way we can continue to move forward and to do these things like, half again the population without actually expanding into any greenfields, just using the existing areas and redeveloping it and adding this employment center that shows that the process works, can only happen with staff support. And we need money to keep us going. And we're looking at that, through fire recovery efforts, et cetera, but also, housing dollars, CFEC, these things that we're happy to implement and we're excited about their impacts in the region. They can only be effective if we have the people on the ground doing the work. And so that, I think, is my biggest take-home message, I think, for the entire region is, we need planners and we need to go pay for planners if we're going to do good planning.
Thank you. What a great way to, and I don't want to say end because I want to call for last comment, but it's a great comment. I wanted to see if there were any other comments as we wrap up this roundtable.
Sure, we heard from Jacksonville.
Yeah.
From Jacksonville.
So Jacksonville is the one that did step away from regional problem solving program, but I think there's some sentiment with that we've some that wish we hadn't done that because it certainly is an important piece for the area. But as we're kind of dabbling and looking in our own urban growth boundary, we certainly appreciate the program and the way it's helped keep Jacksonville it's a National Historic Landmark District. It's helped really preserve that town and be what it is today. But as we're faced with a lot of the challenges with housing and things like that, so and the looking at our urban wildland areas and things like that and available lands, those are kind of the areas that are identified for potential redevelopment. And obviously, that's not really ideal for us. So it's kind of the challenges we're facing right now. So we're looking into evaluating our urban growth boundary. So it's really all I have.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you all for joining us. I particularly appreciate visiting communities because it's different reading this on a piece of paper than going to a place and then you're like, I remember when I went there and then coming back to see what's happening since then. So I'm actually more quiet than I usually am, but I'm listening to all of it. I just thought I'd make a couple comments about the tour that really struck me. I think creativity and speed are kind of the words I wrote down in the sense of like the quick recovery of cleanup. I was, the state doing different things than other states do, I thought was really notable. The idea of rebuilding and thinking about what's the new forms of development with regard to ADUs, the mass timber, modular housing, and really it's like all these tools have existed or are starting to exist. And this really was an opportunity, and we hate to say opportunity, right? Because it was a tragedy. But that idea of responsibility to build better for the future, I think really struck home with me, and thinking about, okay, let's do the things that we know about active transportation and cleanup and affordable housing. And so I think one of the more surprising parts was, you know, some of the things that have been passed at the state that some of the communities here were already doing that. And it just so happened. So I was like, were we the cause? Were you the cause? Are we all coming to the same cause? So I think that's really great. And then I think this roundtable really brought home you know, we heard what was happening, but not the why. And we've learned now more about the regional cooperation. So and collaboration. So now it makes sense even more. So yes.
Madam Chair, if I could add to your comment just a little. It's sort of obvious, but I can't resist a chance to be explicit about it. The magnitude of the disaster in this valley, of human suffering, of economic loss, and in other versions in other parts of the state. I really hope that we keep that in mind and the almost certain trends of yet drier and hotter and windier summers, such that we, in whatever our capacities are, prioritize investment in wildfire reduction, risk reduction, because we can't do this again. And the odds don't look good in terms of climate going forward. And that just calls for an extraordinary investment in resources and ingenuity and on the prevention end. And it's kind of obvious, but I hope, you know, my fear is after 2 or 3 relatively successful wildfire seasons, and I think 762 has something to do with that. The skill of our agencies has a lot to do with that. You know, we're sort of on to the next. And it's not like anybody thinks this isn't a threat, but the cost is just, we can't bear this cost again. And we have to do everything we can. I get on my soapbox and say them every time I can. We can't have it.
Can I add to that comment really quick? And I might be stating the obvious, and I hate to hijack the whole conversation about fire recovery, but you know, one of the things that we experienced in Talent is a desire to build back better and at the mercy of those who are rebuilding. Similar to what Senator said earlier, that you can have a great concept of how to make your community more resilient, but if they don't want to landscape, they don't want to landscape. If they don't want to rebuild something different, they will build what they want to build because that's their right. I get asked all the time if what would you do differently if in order to build back more resilient than you were before? And I would say have the plans in place prior to the fire. And that's where once the fire happens and rebuild and insurance money flows in and rebuild begins, we are at the mercy on some level as a community of everybody's individual rights to build back what they want to build back. And in accordance with the code, which pre-fire doesn't really favor post-fire. So I don't have a lot of solutions for that. And that's why I hope the takeaway conversations after the fire that filter the way back up the state can solve some of those concerns. But really, you know, rebuild takes a life of its own. And on some level, we just have to acquiesce to what people want to do. And it was an eye-opener for talent who thinks that they have the tiger by the tail when it comes to, you know, forward-thinking, resilient values. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. Oh,
one thing I have been sitting here thinking about is Jacksonville has burned twice. It's been a while. Thank goodness. And that's one reason we have so many brick buildings. But unfortunately, your fires provided an educational opportunity and a catalyst for your neighboring cities to start the work that was necessary to protect our own towns. And we have gone from 2 fire-wise neighborhoods to 34, 35. And we have a lot of measures in place, but I think the one thing that is most successful for us, but we could use help with is public education and opportunity to visually look at things picture's worth 1,000 words. So I think starting at grassroots education and opportunities for people to put these kinds of practices in place is kind of what Tom McCall did back in the 50s. He started educating school children about not littering, for instance, and not Californicating Oregon. Sorry if anyone's from California. But I think Oregonians have such a spirit that is unequaled anywhere. And I don't know how many Native Oregonians there are in this room, but I imagine because you're sitting at this table, you have absorbed some of that spirit. And I just think education and opportunities for people to participate in a way that benefits them, but also benefits our communities as a whole is probably the most basic thing we could do.
Wonderful. It's perfect. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. We want to thank all of you. We're going to conclude this agenda item and come back to agenda item number 13. I think we're going to take maybe a 5-minute break or maybe longer. 5 minutes, good. So 1:15. We'll be back to do item number 13, the director's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a bill.
Okay.
I'll irritate myself. So welcome back, everyone. Want to get. Okay, now I say welcome back, everyone. Today is day 2 of the Land Conservation and Development Commission's November 2023 meeting. We will now have agenda item number 13, Director's Report with Director Brenda Bateman. This is an informational item where public comment will be accepted. Director.
Thank you, Chair. So we have a number of items to present this afternoon. I'll be calling folks up. I'll go ahead and get Sadie in place. You can come on up. You'll be second, but you're on deck. We'll have a number of folks we'll be bringing forward to give brief updates to the commission. As you know from yesterday's meeting, this is an extremely packed business meeting, and so we wanted to give you just a couple of snippets of things that we're working on, and then we'll get back into some of our longer agenda items. But first and foremost, we continue to grow. We've already talked about that quite a bit in the past couple of days, and so we have new staff that have joined us. I think a couple of them may be on the line with us here today. I wanted to give them just a moment to introduce themselves, what they'll be doing, where they're coming from. And so if you want to pull up anybody that we currently have online, hopefully we'll have a couple of folks join us. I know that for sure that we already have Jenna Hughes on the line and ready to join us, and Emily. So let's bring up Jenna first. And that name may be slightly familiar to you. So I'm going to let her introduce herself and remind you why you already know her. Hi, Jenna.
Hi, thanks, Brenda. Hi, everyone. My name is Jenna Hughes. I just joined DLCD about a month ago as Housing and Growth Management Analyst on the in the Housing Services Division. As Brenda mentioned, you may recognize me. I was previously on the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, or CIAC. So I'm really excited to join DLCD as a staff member. Previously, I worked in long range planning for both the cities of Beaverton and Portland. So I'm really excited to bring my local government experience to the state and get working on housing. I will be working on more of the urbanization side of things in the housing team, but will still be working on housing policy as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jenna. And did I hear that Emily is on as well? We'll bring her on the screen, let her introduce herself, what she'll be doing, and where she's come from.
While she comes on, can I ask a question? Does that complete our housing slots?
One more coming.
Okay.
Hi, Emily. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I just started on Wednesday as the new accountant 1, taking over for Mara, and I come over from Oregon Parks and Recreation. I was there for 7 years as their fixed asset accountant, and I'm really excited to join the LCD and get started.
Very good. Thank you, Emily. She doesn't. She gets to keep her legal counsel. That's great. And many of you may know the name Mara, who has been our accountant here at the department and has just retired, but is now working back for us for the next couple of months till the end of the calendar year. She was kind enough to come back and help us with transition and training. So we're really excited to keep her expertise for a bit longer, make sure we all understand our state systems. Let's see, do we have Aaron on the line? He wasn't able to hop on. That's okay. I'll go ahead and introduce him. So we also have in our IT section a new ISS4 serving as our information resources specialist. He'll be helping us with some of our help desk work and some of our staffing needs in the IT section. He also happens, this is Aaron Poach. He also happens to be I think a stand-up comedian, right? So we've been quite entertained as we've gotten to know him over the past couple of weeks. He joined us October 1st, and we're really excited to have him as part of our team. And then as you noted from Ethan, who had a hand up in the back there, we have a housing planner who's about to join us on the 7th, Celestina Teva. And so she'll actually be in front of you during your next meeting to say hello. We also have a couple of folks that are in positions that were recently made permanent that we're very excited about. So Elliot Eastman at our front desk, you've known him for quite some time. And that position, we were able to get that to be a permanent position. He's accepted that and will be staying on with us, as well as Evan Manvel has accepted a permanent position within our Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities program. So the team is here to stay and very talented. Also wanted to note, just FYI, you might have heard that Palmer is in great demand these days. Palmer Mason, our senior policy and legislative advisor, the governor's office has asked if they might borrow him for the next couple of months for a bit. I tried to say no, but we're very generous here. And so we've allowed him to go help them with a special project, actually looking at timber revenues and working with the timber counties. He'll be partnering on this effort with our former commissioner, Melissa Cribbins. So they're in very good hands, and they're hoping to get some good, stable revenues and policies and programs in place there that can help. He is mostly focused on that at this point. We do have some of his time available to us. He was insistent that he be allowed to keep a foot in the housing realm, where he's been instrumental in building and getting us those housing programs. So he'll continue that work with us, and will be supporting the governor's office through the 2024 legislative session. Hopefully not as far as the 2025 legislative session, but we shall see. So that's the staffing announcement. Oh, Aaron is on. Aaron, are you there? You can be funny, but keep it short.
Yes, I'm here.
Please introduce yourself and what you'll be doing and where you're coming from.
Hi, my name's Aaron, and I'm here in the Salem office, and I'm the new IS4 IT support specialist. I'll just be assisting people with their computer needs and problems and things of that nature.
Very good, Aaron. Thank you. We're happy
You're
to have you here.
Thank you.
Very good. That rounds out the changes to our team this month, but we'll be back with more in January. Let's see, moving on through our staff report, I've asked Sadie Carney to come share with us for a few minutes the results of the 50th anniversary survey that we had up on our website of this year. We got a lot of really good responses, and that feedback is helping us as we look forward into the future to build our 2025-27 budget. And she's got some really nice highlights that she wanted to summarize for you this afternoon.
Sure. Thank you, Brenda. Good afternoon, Chair Hlova, Vice Chair Lilac, members of the commission. For the record, Sadie Carney. I am our communications manager and a policy analyst at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And thank you, Jan. So I'm going to present to you the results of our 50th anniversary survey. Overall, we had 431 responses. This was available on our website through a link for, oh, sorry, thank you. This was available on our website through a link, and we tried to make it pretty easy to get to. I will say, as we are looking at the results, as you are looking at the data that I'm going to go through relatively quickly, things to consider, I think, are who took the survey. I think there is, some selection bias in terms of who responded. And some of my clues were people were throwing around advanced planning terms, like they were common nouns, like goal 5, goal 17. And it was a group that was very knowledgeable about the system overall. And so my first, and I wanted to illustrate for commission, this was also 5 open-ended questions, and coding the responses. There's also bias present in the coding. But trying to present the vast amount of information and the coding through 5 open-ended questions is a qualitative data challenge. And so I did the best I could, and I tried not to make slides like this one. You can spend a lot of time looking at this and thinking about it, but we don't have the luxury of time. And so I wanted to share with you the demographics generally of this group. So as a sample, this group was somewhat less diverse than the state overall, with the Hispanic and Latino communities being pretty underrepresented. Youth was also quite underrepresented, with fewer than 2% of our respondents being under the age of 25. Whereas 48%, almost half, were over the age of 65. 83% of our respondents owned their own home. And so that is different than what we see as statewide averages. So our first question was, what should DLCD be celebrating? And if you look at this slide and you can read that number on the top line, 146, about 1 in 3 survey respondents said this program has done a great job of protecting our resource land. There was also pretty broad consensus that the program overall had been successful for UGBs. You can see that negative shows up in this kind of like top few responses. This is just a sample of the coding. The actual list is about 50 or 60 items long because of the broad diversity of responses that we got. And the negative answers were kind of a variety. You know, it was local control or market control, or there's just nothing to celebrate. But they were, I would say, a minority, but a noteworthy minority. And so I just pulled some quotes that I thought really spoke to the responses well. So you can see here, what should we be celebrating? That despite regular attempts to dismantle it, the overall structure and core tenets of the land use system remain intact. Compared to other Western states, Oregon has preserved a higher percentage of farm and forest lands, has the highest percentage of family farms, and has done so while accommodating high population growth. Our next question was, what should DLCD be investing in? And you can see, when you look at the number of responses, we start to lose that broad consensus we had on question 1. What should we be celebrating? The ideas become more diverse, but there is still, you know, a large appreciation and appetite for resource land protection, housing production, compact urban development. Community engagement starts to show up. And there was also, I think, you know, kind of acknowledgement throughout the survey that planning grants and keeping plans up to date, you know, through periodic review or otherwise, is critical to the health of the system and to the success of the land use planning system. So this respondent says, you know, giving grants to local governments to update comprehensive plans, estuary plans, transportation plans, many cases are out of date to the 1980s. Planning will cease to be relevant if the plans do not reflect current conditions and concerns. We heard some of that today in your roundtable conversation. Our third question was, what should DLCD be focusing on? Housing rises right to the top. And if you're looking at this data, you can see that I had 2 codes, one for housing production and one for housing affordability, because they really did. Some people were solely focused on production. Others were solely focused on affordability. So it's 2 different codes, but if we lumped those, this would be a broader consensus at the top of just housing being important. Compact urban development and climate action are things that our respondents were very passionate about, and community engagement, goal 1, comes up again and again. And you'll see in, well, let me show us our quote here. The impact, I feel like this could have been the quotes from our roundtable today. Impacts of climate change from transportation and urban sprawl. We may need to expand cautiously land available for affordable housing. We need to double down on public transportation and limit expansion of highways and bridges for single occupancy vehicles. climate resiliency and keeping our UGBs while creating affordable and equitable housing. And I feel like that aligns with so much of what you're hearing in this meeting, and you know, our work moving forward as well.
Would you also say climate action and hazardous planning, if you added those together?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Chair Holova. And I will say that if you had to look at this monster spreadsheet that I was working on, each comment, because they were sometimes multi-paragraph comments, you know, might have one tag, but it might be coded several different ways. So yeah, it's quite likely that this had both of those codes on it. So the, you know, climate action, walkability and transit was another code that I had. The hazards planning is another code. I'm happy, more than happy to share this spreadsheet with you at any time. Yeah. So these last two questions, the first is what in Oregon's land use planning system needs to be strengthened? And the one that follows is what needs to be changed. And I found the answers to these two questions to be very interesting and edifying, and quite frankly, a little surprising. Again, I'm coming at it with some bias. I am your goal one specialist. But community engagement is really something that is at the forefront of people's minds. And if you look down, we have compact urban development, and then the third code. And it took me a long time to sort of realize this theme and begin coding it. And then I had to work backward through the whole survey to make sure I hadn't missed anything. But limiting the influence of special interest. And that really came in from both sides. You know, it was limit the influence of realtors, limit the influence of developers. And then it was like, limit the influence of environmental advocacy organizations, limit the influence of, you know, these other special interest groups, but really a call to listen to the actual people who are being planned for and the people who are being impacted and affected. And so I learned a lot from this question. And you can see here, I'll just let you read this rather than reading it aloud.
Summarize it for the record though.
Sure. For the record, this quote is calling out the sort of the failure of our current goal one that uses the word citizen involvement in truly capturing the audiences and the lived experience and the contributions of every person that is impacted by the work that we do and impacted by the built environment and land use planning outcomes around them. And, you know, it says, it's time we look to the next 50 years with an equity lens and asks who is benefit and who is burdened. And so finally, what about Oregon's land use planning program needs to be changed? And again, I mean, these numbers get smaller, the ideas become, you know, this was probably my longest coded list, right? It maybe had 70 items in it because there were so many different ideas presented. But community engagement, housing production, and as you heard today in our roundtable conversation, program updates. What can we do, you know, to the land use planning program to bring it, you know, align it with our current day more effectively? And I think, you know, as staff, I kind of scratch my head and I say, oh, that would be so hard. But we do it, you know, you do it each meeting as we adopt rules, as we move the program forward, as we help implement like new strategies around the state to deal with some of these other issues, housing production, goal 5 protections. And I will just say goal 5 that was also all over. I mean, as many of you know, Goal 5 addresses a lot of different issues. And so it got a Goal 5 protections update if it was talking about habitat or riparian, but there was also at least one survey response that mentioned aggregate and mining, right? Cultural resources was mentioned in Goal 5, and rather than tag them all separately, they all fit under Goal 5. But I think we all sort of like recognize the messiness of that. And so I'll just look at our last quote here. I think Goal 1 needs a rethink. I think community involvement is laudable. However, research shows that community involvement practices benefit groups that hold power. I would like us to rethink what it looks like, how citizens listen and meet the needs of groups less likely to participate in processes, and more emphasis on an empowered bureaucracy accountable to representatives and not community involvement strategies. Well, I would be putting myself in shoes that are not mine. But I think that if I am trying to guess at the meaning of this, I think it is allowing local planning staff and local decision makers to, if in the hopes and idea that they adequately represent the population they are serving, allowing them greater autonomy in decision making, as opposed to, we had a lot of comments, and now I'm kind of threading ideas together, but I don't want a group of NIMBYs in my city to stop a development project. I don't want, this development group to offer a deal to the state that sort of upends our local planning process. And so if I'm guessing, that's how I would interpret that comment.
Commissioner Lazo? It looked like you wanted to talk.
I just want to add, I think, Sadie, as you said, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes can be a little dangerous, but I think when we take this quote in as a whole, I think you're on the right track. And to me, the sentiment to me here is this sense that about the special interest piece, right? That we shouldn't let processes that might favor special interests or what might not represent the interests of the people drive what we do as an agency, right? I think that's the sentiment I'm getting from this. And actually from the survey overall, it sort of strengthens for me this sense that that there are special interests out there that are creating tensions, particularly around, for instance, UGB expansions, right? And different goal tensions. And that we ought to be careful about how we're weighing that, what's bringing that tension. Because there's, this isn't a scientific survey, but it's as close as we come to getting a broad survey of folks that have an interest in the work that we do. And there's the sense that this protection of what Oregon is, what makes Oregon, Oregon, isn't necessarily about sprawling out single family residences, right? That's what I'm getting from some of the survey pieces here. That's about protecting what makes Oregon the great place that it is. And so I think it's really interesting, I think, to look at this and see what it might tell us about the work ahead.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Lazo, I think that is spot on. And I think, that many of us in our, various capacities have seen how our traditional community engagement processes do favor those that know how to gain access to the system. And that know how and when to show up, how and when to submit testimony. And that is not something that everyone has, the same access to. It's a privilege.
Oh, I do have two more speakers during this hour, but let's go ahead and take the
Commissioner
question.
Sandoval.
Okay, well, this is not an easy question, but piggybacking on special interest. So during the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, what I found really interesting was that the use of equity was used by different special interests that as a rationale and as arguments to push their own agenda. And sometimes that agenda was like directly against each other. And so, just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, Chair Halova, Commissioner Sandoval, I don't know that I have a very good response to that. But I think we can recognize the same thing. And I think that there are cases where we see a word or a concept like equity, in some cases almost weaponized, right? Used to, push an agenda forward. And as a justification for an agenda versus being really from the ground up. And that's one of our, I think, biggest challenges to address and face as an agency and as a state. Thank you. I think the last.
Well, I want to thank Sadie for getting very deep into these data and helping us, hear and suss out what Oregonians are thinking about this program and where they want it to go in the future. This was a huge undertaking, and thank you, Sadie.
Yes, my pleasure.
We're going to have Alexis come up next and be on deck, and then Ethan right behind him. But while we're switching out, I just wanted to note that we have a 50th anniversary webpage that we've been building this entire year. So this will go on to that. There is a story map and some really fascinating interviews up there. If you haven't already checked them out, I would encourage you to do that. And in addition to all of that, we continue to build out our library of interviews. So our goal for this year was an additional 50 interviews from folks around Oregon who have experience with the land use system to get some of their ideas and perspectives. Josh LeBombard and Huey Radomski and our regional reps have been conducting those interviews out in the field, around the state for us. And I just wanted to note for everyone that I've gotten a couple of phone calls from people who were just interviewed or participated in that process, thanking us for the opportunity to reflect on the role that they played back in the day. They haven't thought about it in a while, or time has passed and they've developed additional expertise and had a chance to kind of revisit how things went, what they would have done differently, and really how proud they are to have been part of that. So we're building that library. It'll reside with the other interviews from back in the day that are at PSU, Portland State University. Alexis, we were wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the process that we're currently undertaking to start to build or think through our 2025-27 budget. That's coming quickly.
Thank you, Director Bateman and Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Alexis Hammer, and that is a new last name since the last time I spoke before you. I got married and took my wife's last name. And I just wanted to give you a brief overview. Happy to answer any short questions, but this is just a short item here, and we'll have a lot more to talk about coming few meetings. So the budget build starts with us, the entirety of the agency, thinking really, really hard and about the future of the Oregon land use system and where there's needs. The managers work with their teams to collect ideas. We gathered over 39 ideas around different things that could use either funding or improvement for things about like if we need to make new rules, do we need new staff to do that? Thinking through the staffing issues and how we also could be funding our partners at the local level throughout the state. So we took those ideas and we have a group of packages that are still in the refinement phase. We're not anywhere close to a draft yet. But right now, the buckets that we're using to categorize these different funding ideas include local government support, enhancing data sets, data access, and records, and records management, climate, energy, coastal issues, business services, and technical corrections, which is not an exciting title, but yeah. So right now we have the incredibly challenging task of taking those 39 ideas that total, right? I think the last estimation, and these are very rough numbers, but the last estimation we had was over $32 million. And that is far more money than the legislature or the governor's office would be willing to allow us to walk away with from the 25 to 27 session. And we need to work to refine them. So we will be winnowing down those ideas into smaller, more manageable packages over the next few months. Then we will start, once we have more guidance from the governor's office, we'll start engaging with the public to hear their feedback on the ideas that we have. And that will probably be in early to mid of the first quarter next year. We will take their feedback, create a new or revised draft, put it before you all next April, and gather your feedback. There's a lot of feedback cycles here, if you can't tell. And then with your feedback, we will refine it further, and you will see a final draft before you next July. We do have a statutory deadline to get that agency recommended budget there, it's called, to the governor's office by August 1st. So we have to adopt one, and we will then leave it to the governor's office to do the very challenging task of balancing the budget across all state agencies and coming up with the governor's recommended budget, which will be the vehicle that we will be working with in the 2025 legislative session. And I'm happy to answer questions. That's the big overview.
Any questions from commissioners?
We'll have a lot more to talk about the next few meetings.
You just said August and I went, what August? Because we're looking, this is a forward look.
Yeah.
So when you said August, what?
It would be August 2020.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, the next one.
The next August, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Lazo?
Thanks, Chair Oliva. In the 7 items you have here, I don't see housing as one. And so I'm curious about whether or not it's that there's sort of that housing cuts across some of these areas, or just.
Great question. And yes, it does. Housing is I think largely it falls in the local government support category, but it also, and Ethan, correct me, he's coming up next, but it also has to do with data and making sure that we're supporting local governments in gathering the data and doing some of them. Maybe the agency might be able to take on more work that, typically, historically, we've allowed to happen at the local level. But we can rebrand the titles.
Sure.
I appreciate the question, because I assumed the answer was it's all going to be funded in February of 24, which is why you weren't asking for it in the 25 to 27, is that it will have already been addressed. And
well, there is going to be a likely housing package that will be going through the legislative session in 2024. So I wouldn't say that would exhaust the housing issues, and there's going to be ones that won't be addressed. So we'll continue to have some housing issues in the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you'll hear from Ethan Stuckmeyer, the manager of our new Housing Services Division. We thought you might be interested in hearing what we've been up to with regard to housing.
Yes. Chair Hlova, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the manager of the Housing Services Division at DLCD. Before I jump into the overview, just kind of following up on Commissioner Lazo's question there about why there's no housing policy option package. Part of it is there are requests that we're making to the legislature for additional technical assistance funding. And from a policy perspective, we have lots on our plates, and maybe now is not the right time to add more things to that. And instead, let's focus on the work that we're already doing. So that's part of the reason. But in terms of updates on the housing program at DLCD, there is lots and lots and lots to talk about, and I don't have the time to go over all of them. So I'll categorize these into 3 buckets. The first is rulemaking. The second is the 2024 legislative session. And the third one I think is kind of important to talk about right now is the Housing Production Advisory Council from Governor Kotek's council. So I'll start with rulemaking. Right now, as we speak, the team is finalizing the roster of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We've got, we selected and informed 41 folks of their selection to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We've gotten some denials just based on the amount of time it's going to take to participate in that program or in that work. So we're kind of looking pretty close to 38 to 40 folks at this point in time. So really, really excited about the group of folks that applied for the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We had 140 applications. So we had to winnow that down quite a bit. But the perspectives that were important to bring to that table I'm really, really excited where the Rulemaking Advisory Committee roster is kind of landed. In terms of an update on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee process, the first meeting is scheduled. The first two meetings, in fact, are scheduled. The first one taking place November 29th. And the second one, kind of a quick follow-up to that first meeting, December 12th. So we're kind of calling those RAC meeting 1A and RAC meeting 1B. And the intention of that is because there's a lot of background context that we feel like is important to get across and kind of level set with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, so that when we come back with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting number 2 in March of 2024, we can really hit the ground running in terms of policy conversations, working through those big sticky issues that we have to address through that rulemaking process. So those first two meetings are going to happen really, really quick, still in 2023, before we move into the substantive policy conversations in 2024. So moving away from the Rulemaking Advisory Committee to the other thing that is keeping us incredibly busy at the current moment, which is the 2024 legislative session. So the Housing Division has been working in close coordination with the governor's office on the governor's proposed housing production package that is going to be moving forward in the 2024 legislative session. I would classify the housing production package as almost like an omnibus type approach to housing policy. There's all sorts of investments, all sorts of policy changes as part of that package. One of the most interesting pieces from DLCD's perspective is the creation of the Housing Accountability and Production Office. So this is envisioned under House Bill 3414 in the 23 session that ended up not passing. And is coming back and actually is growing in its role in coordination across the state agencies. So it was already a pretty big task in front of us as it was envisioned in 3414, but has grown substantially to be kind of that across interagency, inter and intra-agency coordination on housing policy generally across the state. And so I'm really excited about how that's unfolding, and I'm sure we'll have lots more to talk about that in the 2024 session in your meeting in January. Finally, the Housing Production Advisory Council. This is also a Governor Kotek initiated process. This is a group of folks who have been convened to make recommendations to the governor in terms of the strategies that the governor and the legislature could employ to remove barriers to housing production in the state in order to meet the 36,000 unit target that the governor set for the state. Their process is coming to a close fairly quickly. They're required to provide their action plan to the governor by December 31st of this year. So they are meeting, I think at this point, every Friday. Brenda's a member of that group. And in fact, actually are 30 minutes into their meeting right now. They are meeting every Friday to go through their kind of their process, which is a 3-meeting series where the first meeting is work groups provide recommendations to the larger Housing Production Advisory Council. They determine whether to move that to a public hearing. At the second meeting, they have public hearings. And then at the third meeting, they vote as a group to potentially move, or whether or not to move that recommendation into the final action plan. So those recommendations are moving through that process, and they're really kind of heading down the track to December 31st very quickly here. There's one other note that I wanted to make, which is just a reminder about what will be in front of you at the January Commission meeting which is to go through rulemaking process, not the big rulemaking process for the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, but to update the housing capacity analysis and housing production strategy schedule that we do on an annual basis. This one's going to be just a little bit different compared to years in the past, because the statute and the process for how cities are conducting housing capacity analyses has changed since the 2023 session. So we have to do some, conforming cleanup of that schedule just to kind of accommodate the change in that statute. So there'll be a more in-depth rulemaking process than years in the past. So that's it for me.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Just real quick, has that Housing Council, Governor's Council come up with anything interesting?
Lots of very, very interesting recommendations have come out of that Housing Production Advisory Council. Just in this meeting alone that's happening right now, they're considering 34 recommendations, and that's just one meeting. So you know, these range from, they have kind of categories of their work groups. So land availability, codes and design, finance, workforce, and permitting. So those are kind of the broad buckets that they're working from. But I forget the number. It's quite a few dozen recommendations that they're considering at this point in time.
Is that affecting our climate funding equitable services movement?
Yeah, I don't know, Brenda, if you want to tackle that question.
Commissioner, it's not affecting our rulemaking in terms of there are recommendations that touch on our programs, mention our programs, or somehow impact them, might impact them in the long run. But what this group is doing is a little bit of a longer term look. So they were well aware when they started their work that there was a legislative session that had just concluded. The one was coming in 2024, and that we're already developing ideas for 25. Their charge is really to look a little bit further out and ask, okay, what still hasn't been taken care of? What do we still need to keep an eye on? And they're finding actually quite a bit of areas where, you know, agencies aren't necessarily aligned, or their rules taken together are confusing. And so they've made some really interesting observations about things that get in the way and don't work when you're trying to build production pretty quickly. And there's also a lot of really good, I think, investment and funding recommendations for programs that do work, that are oversubscribed, that need more resources so they can keep going at a faster pace. So it's been a real honor and interesting to participate.
Commissioner Warren?
You mentioned that you're getting down to 38 RAC members at this point. I just want to bring back kind of our experience through the climate friendly Equitable Communities rulemaking, and having that large of a RAC, I think presented a number of challenges. I see the advantage to having that number of folks involved or just even invited, right? I think there's some positive outcomes from that. But I think what I remember the most of that is that certain voices get lost in that large of a crowd. So just want to bring us back to that, thinking that we kind of have been down that path already. And I'm sure you're thinking about that already, but just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, it's a really good point and something that we're paying close attention to, and especially in conversations with our facilitators and our just project team generally, about how we manage that many folks and ensure that people are feeling like they can actually meaningfully participate in that process. We've asked those folks to participate because they bring a really important perspective and a unique perspective to that rulemaking advisory committee process. And if we are not ensuring that they feel comfortable in participating, we're not doing a very good job. So I think in order to kind of facilitate that deeper discussion, we've got some strategies that we're hoping to employ, including technical advisory committees that, will relieve some of the burden of the rulemaking advisory committee and getting into those weeds, and it can kind of stay higher level about like the broad policy. How do we incorporate affirmatively furthering fair housing to Goal 10? What does it mean to actually meaningfully participate in the housing production strategy process? So those bigger questions, I think, facilitate that kind of more open the door for that kind of participation in a way that so they don't get so bogged down in like the technical weeds all the time.
Follow up on that question. How many did we have for the House Bill 2001 from 2019?
Right. That process included 26 members, but each of those 26 folks had an alternative. So really kind of 52 folks that we were managing. In this process, we won't have alternative members, and instead there'll be one seat, and the person in that seat may change, but it's going to be 40 folks or those 40 perspectives, and there will be 40 people in the meeting, and there won't be, all of these other alternative folks.
I was just remembering that group was divided into two because they were addressing House Bill 2001, and then half of us are addressing 2003. So maybe there's a similar
kind of, yeah. The kind of approach that we took of the rulemaking advisory committee was an application-based process where we were saying, hey, if you would like to participate in this process, let us know. And so that's why we had so many applicants. But the technical advisory committee process is more us reaching out to particular perspectives, more of like an invitation-based approach. But yeah.
Who is our consultant that's going to be doing the facilitation?
So we're not fully under contract yet, so I will decline answering that question.
I had one last thing before you pass it on to the next one. My one thing I want out of all this, which is this housing production strategy database.
Mm.
I hope somebody's like inserting that recommendation into the.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're approaching that in a lot of different ways, and over time, I think we'll get there. And I think the process of having a more clear way, a clear structure to measure progress towards housing outcomes, and kind of looking back as cities are conducting those housing production strategies, and we're able to review and approve them. I think we'll be able to match the measurement and the plan and come together with a solid understanding of what's working the best. And we can kind of really highlight those in terms of our model plans and our model codes and our best practices and all of those kind of things. That's
great.
Process.
I just want a database.
I know.
And the database that I would like to see, I'm going to say it again, is, we came up with this Excel spreadsheet, and ideally it would be nice to be in an actual database where you could sort. I want to do affordable rental housing, 0 to 30% AMI, for sale, let's say. And then all the strategies that apply to that would kind of come to be a resource, not just for people in Oregon, but nationwide. But somebody would have to manage that, monitor that, know what they're talking about before they put a strategy in there, because we got a lot of strategies that I kicked out because I'm like, this doesn't actually increase production. So you have to have kind of a person who knows what they're doing manage that. I think that's starting it up is probably not the harder part. Managing it is probably the harder. Thank you for entertaining.
I would like to take one more moment. Gianna's still on. We have one more staff member who's hopped on, who didn't get a chance to say hello in your last commission meeting. Gianna Alessi is our new natural hazards mitigation planner. And she's on the line. Gianna, if you could introduce yourself, what you'll be doing, and where you've come from.
Hi, sorry. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's a little cold in my house, hence the beanie. Hi, I'm Gianna Alessi. I'm the new natural hazards mitigation planner. I'm going to be helping update natural hazard mitigation plans throughout the state. Right now, I'm working with Douglas County and the Lynn Benton Community College. I'm excited to be here, and looking forward to everything going on with the DLCD. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. All right, that's all I have on this item, Madam Chair, and we can turn to the next agenda item if you like.
Okay. So now we have agenda item number 14, commission business. Back to Director Brenda Bateman. And this is also an informational item where public comment will be accepted.
Previously, but
Yeah, if there's any public comment, please make yourself known. Okay.
thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we got a head start on this item yesterday when we had just a few moments in one of our sessions. And so the commissioners began by sharing some of their observations from the last couple of months, and that's our last meeting. And we wanted to give you an opportunity to do the same if you've had some observations or any relevant items that pertain to when you're wearing your LCDC hat. We'd love to hear from them. But I'd also like to reopen the introduction encourage commissioners to jump in if you've had any additional thoughts based on the fact that we had a tour this morning and we've learned a lot more since we've been here.
Commissioners first, any additional thoughts on the tours this morning? Commissioner Warren?
I think I'll add one thing. We saw a lot today, and there's still so much we did not see that's A, going on, and B, that happened. So just want to bring that to the forefront, that there's a much broader understanding of this whole process. That is what rebuilding means.
It's okay if we don't have any additional comments. I guess you wanted me to talk about any thoughts I had on the world.
I know you've seen a lot since last July.
I'd have to think particularly to exacting to land use, but I've been in an interesting period of a lot of conferences. So I went to the Black in Design Conference at Harvard. I went to the Green Build, which was celebrating its 30th anniversary for the U.S. Green Building Council in DC. I went to the Urban Land Institute Conference in LA. And then I went to the National Association of Minority Architects Conference, which was in Portland. What's amazing about all of those was all of them have a piece of the things that we're working on, be it Black in Design and the National Association of Minority Architects, thinking about like equitable outcomes was quite interesting. And then for Green Build, I think the universe of, because I'm touching all of these, climate issues, of housing affordability issues, equity issues are at the top of everyone's list. And particularly, I'm most surprised on the Urban Land Institute part, that those seem to at least be professing at the same level as other spaces where you imagine that being a priority. So thought that was interesting. I also went to Houston and I was asking a lot of questions, got some interesting tours through some Black community there. I met a lot of people in the arts, and I would constantly ask about zoning and they would tell me there is no zoning. And I'd be like, what? So that was just really interesting to see the things that are different in that community versus the communities we're in. So yeah, I've just been in a kind of informational, seeing a lot of buildings, seeing a lot of, it's been fun. So some of that is going to percolate to here. I just don't know what yet.
Very good. Thank you, Chair. And we're very excited about the fact that you're constantly gathering more information and the ability to compare and contrast and bring ideas, not steal ideas, but bring ideas back to us and keep us thinking. Thank you. Well, I've asked Amy Metler to come up next and give us an overview of how we're doing with regard to budget and management issues.
Vice Chair Lilac, members of commission. I am Amy Metler and I'm your agency CFO. I'm also the ASD manager, the agency services division. We're going to do a lot of things, including fixture. And joining us online somewhere out there in cyberspace is our budget officer, Rochelle Corbo. She is our budget expert, and our slides that I'm going to present today, she develops those, and in conjunction with me, we go through them and make some changes. A few changes we need to do going forward is remove a lot of the acronyms. So I'm going to try and spell those out for you, especially because we have a new commissioner today, and we'll try and be better about scrubbing those in the future. I want to note that Alexis was up here just a little while ago, and he talked about the future budgets. Budgeting is a situation where we're always budgeting, and so we always really have our feet in 3 budgets. And so I'm going to talk about the 21 and 23 budget situation and the 25 budget situation, whereas he's planning for the future. Okay. Little louder, sorry. All right. So on my first slide, this is regarding the 21-23 biennium. We have a very different biennium in 23-25 than we had in 21-23. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But basically on here, we have a few acronyms, and one is OEM. That's Oregon Emergency Management. They are one of our grantor agencies. They pass through federal funds to us. And then also you'll see the acronyms GF, OF, and FF. That's general funds, other funds, and federal funds on these. And so in 21 and 23, we had several factors that led to savings and reversion. And reversion is where we get to the end of the biennium and we haven't spent all of our money and we have to give it back. So we try not to do that, but we also try not to be wasteful. I'm sure you've all heard of agencies that go blow all the money on crazy stuff at the end of the, we want to make sure that we're thoughtful about that. And so you'll see that we have a list of reversion projects where we recaptured some of that money, about $500,000 worth. And we were very thoughtful about making sure that it was used properly and justified. And sorry. And so in our 23-25 biennium, we have quite a different situation. On here, there's some other acronyms, and one is COLA. A COLA is a cost of living increase. And this year, there were 3 COLAs passed. One was $1,500 immediately to every state employee. We all got that in our checks in September. And then we will also get COLAs in, I believe, January of 24 and December of 24. These are great for our employees and they're great for keeping up spending in the state, but they also have an effect on our budget in that they aren't built into that initial budget. So there's another acronym that's not on here. It's called the SOL pot. The enterprise, the state, comes up with this SOL pot, which is a pot of money that's supposed to help with those kind of negotiations and help true things up. And so it's our hope that the SOL pot will help a little bit with some of that. But basically in our last biennium, we had a lot of vacancies due to COVID. We had some openings that we had some failed recruitments and a hard time recruiting for. Whereas this biennium, we have none of that. All of our positions are filled and we're not expecting any vacancy savings. We had these 3 large cost of living increases. 2 of them will hit this biennium and 1 will hit the next. And then we're expecting that SOL pot to be a little smaller than it's been in past years. So we're expecting a bit tighter of a situation this time. Also, we have many new federal applications. So we are growing in our state funds that they're giving to us. And we also want to make sure that we attract federal investments to match some of that money. And so we're applying for more federal grants to try and support some of our activities. And then we also requested a reclassification of our agency from level 6 to level 5. A level 6 agency is pretty small. Those are boards and commissions, and that's how we've been classified in the past. A level 5 agency has a little bit more network to it, a little bit more form. And so it's our hope to move to that in the future, and that should help us with being able to accomplish more going forward. Agency budget history. Okay, LAB is our legislatively approved budget. And this is presented here in the form of positions. It's called FTE around the state, and FTE are the number of positions that we get each biennia. And you'll see that in this biennia, we're expecting to reach 77. With the positions that we're talking about right now, we're expecting in the next biennium to get closer to 100. Which crosses some lines with the state. We'll have additional reporting responsibilities, things like that, but it's growth that we need. So we're really looking forward to it. All right. So on this one, we have the difference between what we had going on last year and what we had going on this year for our general fund grants, 23 to 25 to 21 and 23. You'll note that some programs left, and so equitable rural transportation that we had in the prior period ended. Technical assistance stayed about the same. CFEC more than tripled to $2.69 million. So that is great increase over the last period. And then because we have so much more housing activity, we have a couple of categories that equal the one from last period. So in last period, we had housing, and that one became middle housing, and the ONA, the Oregon Housing Needs Assessment, kind of put together that are in green there. And we're going to have more housing in the future, so we're going to need more colors of green, I expect, going forward. Right. And then this is last biennia to this biennia by funding source. And so this is back to the general funds, other funds, and federal funds that I had talked about, what pieces of the pie they have. So you can see there how much the federal funds take up. And that's where I was talking about, we want to kind of keep that size of the pie about the same, if possible. That way the federal government is contributing to our efforts just like the state is. All right. And then this is our funds by source. You'll see down in at the bottom, we have other fund revenues, another acronym we should have scrubbed out of there, apologies. And the federal is the greatest part of that. Other funds, we receive some money through the state that are passed through from other agencies that we receive from some other little miscellaneous sources, and those are very small. So most of our funding does come from the federal government and from the state. All right, any questions about any of those? I can back up to any one of those, commissioners. Excellent. Well, going forward, Rochelle has put together our budget and handed it over, and it's being reviewed by the Sabres division of the state. We're putting together our legislative approved, our budget binder, which is the official long budget document that we submit for adoption. And so we'll be writing that up, and hopefully we'll have that for you guys to take a look at the next presentation.
Deputy Director Green.
Amy, I apologize if you said this, but I wanted to thank Chair and Vice Chair for their work on the Budget Management Committee to which you presented before this fall. So, yeah, so thank you for the preview. We've changed just a few things on the slides according to their review. Thank you.
Yes, thank you both so much for your input. It's super helpful and it'll help us make better slides for you in the future.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Amy. And this morning we talked a little bit about the importance and the concept of budget literacy and how important both Amy and Rochelle have been to getting us all the vocabulary and the understanding that we need about how the state budget is constructed and how we manage it moving forward. So thank you. Rochelle. Thank you. Very good. The next piece in the commission business report is we wanted to take a brief look at the upcoming commission calendar for the next 12 months or so. And I've asked Jan to just say a few words about the dates that we've sketched out and potential locations. I think she may also have some polls out to all of you to see what some of your preferences are. So Jan.
Yeah, thank you for answering, and thank you, Director Bateman. Thank you for answering the poll. We are still trying to narrow down a date for our farm and forest update. That will also include an action item. And if I'm sorry, Chair, did you have a question? I just want, can you remind us how many meetings we're going to next year? So before this year, how many meetings we had? This year, how many meetings we had? And then next year.
Yes. And so the meeting that Jan was referring to just now was one that we were hoping for in December, because we'll have an action item that we actually need to take care of before your next regular meeting. But I think that the poll is still out, or we're still figuring that date out. So just wanted to let you know we're hoping to do something special in December. When I arrived here at my post, the commission was meeting every other month. So total of 6 times a year, which was a lot, particularly because as we're looking at Jan and her position, we have the one position for both commission support as well as director's office support. So that's a lot for one person. And we were always in commission prep. So we scaled that back to only 4 times a year, which seemed to be not enough. This is the 3 bears type of thing going on. So we figured if 6 was a bit much and 4 was not quite enough, we would try 5, which is what we have scheduled for coming up in 2024. The problem with that is nobody knows when our meetings are going to be. So we've listed them here, but I have to keep referring back to them because now I just don't have them, memorized anymore. So they're at the bottom of your commission business report, page 1 and into page 2. And so we have those holds on your calendar. And for January, Jen, you want to speak to that?
We'll be at the South Coast, but we were also, as we look ahead to the next year, taking recommendations. We're hoping that you had a chance to review attachment B, which shows our meeting locations from 2001 to 2023. So if you had any suggestion for our traveling meetings next year.
Are there any particular locations that you believe we should visit, see?
I'm going to look at the map in a second, but I know every time we do this, we talk about areas that we haven't seen in a while. Do you have a sense over at least the regionality of the places that you feel they should be?
Well, we kind of did a side-by-side of the map with some of the comments that we've gotten recently. And we know we have quite a few communities that would love to have us visit or have noted that we haven't visited in a while. And some of them coincide with some of the projects that we're working on. But we're really getting invitations from across the state. So if you had a strong preference or something that you wanted to suggest, we'd like to build that in first as a first priority.
And then, sorry, just I make this comment for the future one that we have of this map. Maybe we can combine 2016 to 19 like we did the other ones. Yeah, so we can see, because I can't visually figure out where. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, commissioners. Any of you have recommendations? And the idea is, like we mentioned, not somewhere we visited recently. And also would cover land use issues that we feel are most pressing.
think we missed a meeting. Was it going to be in Springfield during the pandemic? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was
Online. It was like a virtual tour, I think.
as I look at the dots there, it looks like it's between 2006 and 2015 for Eugene, Springfield, one of our major metro areas.
The other I think we talked about was Pendleton, that area there. We've been out to that area. Although we were in the John Day area just last year, so, but I don't know if those.
But yeah, Pendleton did come up, I think, last year as a potential.
And I think as we go into the work around the protection of forest, we're reviewing protections of forest and farmland. Might be. And then a larger city that you might have more involvement in some of the CFAC pieces might be down the road somewhere too. A way to go.
We certainly don't have to make any decisions today, but we were just wondering if there were some thoughts bubbling up for you.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, I'm remembering now from further conversation, Pendleton was in the running and Madras was in that whole kind of area there hasn't been visited in a while.
Yeah, Central would be great.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a sense to pair that with visiting tribal communities.
And actually, that's what our some of our emphasis on the South Coast will be in January too. Yeah.
Water issues with Warm Springs, isn't that close? So that's the center there.
To pursue then as we go about crafting the 24-25 calendar. Jan, anything else in terms of questions that you have or need answered from the commissioners?
No, thank you so much for your feedback.
Good, thank you. Let's see, I wanted to do a quick check-in just across the room with Sadie and Kirsten to see if you had anything that you wanted to bring to the commission on SEAC or LOAC meetings. We've got some things in the staff report already, but
I could just mention, thanks, Director, and can I do it from here? Loud. Sorry. On the Local Officials Advisory Committee, we're pleased that Chair Nancy Wise is a commissioner in Benton County, and Vice Chair Bill Ostowski, who's a mayor of the city of Westland, have agreed to re-up their terms of service. So I think that's the news from LOAC. We also have a complete new LOAC, and we'll be looking for a new commission liaison. So perhaps from one of the elected officials would be awesome. And then we only have one today, but we might have another one coming. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thanks, Director.
Thank you, Director Bateman, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the commission. The Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee is currently recruiting for Congressional District 1. You met Jenna Hughes in her new capacity as a DLCD and employee, and unfortunately, that means she cannot serve on our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee any longer, so that seat is currently vacant. The recruitment closes.
Remind us what that covers, the district.
It is the Portland metro area with some, I'm happy to share the recruitment announcement with you in particular, Chair Holova. Pardon me? Yes. But yes. I mean, with the recent shifts in boundaries, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's correct. So it is the Portland metro area. And some, I think Beaverton maybe is in CD1. East side. Thank you, Counselor. Okay. that will close, I think towards the end of this month, and then we have a special meeting of the committee in December. And we hope to bring you a recommendation for appointment to that body in January. And I think that is really all that is relevant and high level for this group. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, commissioners?
I can pull up the map.
Yeah.
So it is the metro area and it does go through the coast.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
The coast is part of that as well.
Okay.
Pretty far south.
Yeah, well, I will forward that recruitment announcement to commissioners that represent those areas, and I would be delighted if you could share it with your network. And we have some good applications submitted already. But we're always happy to see more interest in that group. It's a really strong committee, so. Okay, okay. Thank you.
We have one other piece of business to conduct under commission business. And so if you wouldn't mind flipping to your attachment C in that report, we need to take another look at commissioner roles. And we've got a matrix here that we've been keeping a running tab of all the ancillary duties that you as commissioners serve for us. So we mentioned a moment ago that we probably need to name a second person, another person to be the liaison to our LOAC committee, but we may want to hold on that for just a moment because in your next meeting, January, we should have a new commissioner joining us. So we might want to hold that one for just a moment. And so we can get more conversation around that one. But the two rows that follow that are coastal related. This is a liaison to our OPAC, our Ocean Policy Advisory Committee, and our Territorial Sea Plan. So we were thinking that it might be a good fit for our coastal commissioner. Actually, we've already talked about it, but Commissioner Thompson, I don't know if you want to chime in here with your thoughts.
I have a hunch that there will be nothing else in my life except this commitment because it grows like sourdough.
As long as your eyes wide open, that's great.
Productive and useful. That's not a bad thing, but yeah, sure.
Very good. That would be great. Thank you, Commissioner. So that first page there, as you'll recall, when we put the structure together, these were the standing committees that we have. And then if you flip to the following page, we have a list of more of our temporal or time-bound committees. And so let's see, yesterday we had a couple of conversations already with folks volunteering to take on some roles. So we just wanted to update that matrix to reflect it. With Commissioner Sandoval stepping away from the Goal 5 work and stepping off of our commission, Commissioner Thompson had volunteered to take on that piece as we move into rulemaking and kind of a new era with Goal 5. So we'll have a switch out in that row.
Checking my box there. I'm not sure that I was on Goal 5.
I wondered about that. All right, we'll fix that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Strategic plan would go away.
We have it switched to strategic plan implementation. And so if you'd like some discussion around that or keep it as is for time being.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know that there was a strategic plan implementation committee. I figured it was, I didn't know. I had imagined that it would be just part of our regular business.
That could be as well. I'm happy to switch that to regular business.
Like a committee.
Oregon Transportation Plan updates complete now too. Just we don't have to think about that.
I like this, just drawing lines across things that are done.
I would like to say that CFAC is complete, but not quite sure.
As a committee.
It is. Hello, yeah, Director Bateman, if I may, at CFAC, we don't have anything on the policy agenda right now for CFAC for this biennium. So so we know it might come, there might be some alignment with the housing rules, but it's not a standalone policy project. Thanks.
That
As we do rules, I'm like, check off.
and the same for wildfire. Okay. No wonder these are temporarily bound. It's fantastic. Yes, goal 5's on there twice, so you could mark it off the bottom. And then that next to last rule was the solar rulemaking, which we launched yesterday, and Commissioner Lilac had offered to spearhead or serve as liaison for the next 6, 7, 8 months. I think those are all the changes.
It looks like.
I think so.
If I could just, I'm just sort of looking at this, our tracking sheet for the policy agenda, which you'll hear from Alexis here shortly this afternoon. We have a couple more coming up, but Director, maybe we want to wait till we initiate those. So like the goal 9 rulemaking. Okay, we'll wait on those things.
Further comments on things we've missed or people we've missed in this matrix? I feel like everyone is really carrying quite a bit of weight on their shoulders. And I want to thank you all for that role you play for us. Okay. And before we conclude this item, Deputy Director, do you have anything up your sleeve in the way of kudos, acknowledgements, congratulations, or anything like that?
No. Friend Jan, do we have anything for an outgoing commissioner who we're really sorry to miss, but happy to celebrate new responsibilities?
That would be you,
Sandoval,
Commissioner.
This is for you
Sandoval.
from our agency and our commission. We are sorry to see you go. Director Bateman? This is one of our traditional, eighth generation. Yeah, this is one of our traditional 8th generation blankets, Commissioner Sandoval. That's a native owned, native design company. And this one's going to choke me up, but this one's called, what is it called, Director? Blanket of Knowledge. Is that right? Yes. So it's particularly fitting for you, Professor. Thank you for all your service. Clear round of applause for our esteemed Commissioner. Don't forget us.
Yeah, and I wanted to say a couple words of thanks to you, Commissioner Sandoval, for obviously your work in the Citizen Advisory Committee, and really thinking about bringing forward equity as, you know, a top priority in the commission and in the department. Also your work with Goal 5, cultural resources, and then really the linkages between our department and the work at the housing department, and really just being, you know, keeping us aware, and then saying, you know, I'm sure you were talking to them about us and vice versa. So, and then really, you know, pushing for kind of academic, you know, thinking about in a rigorous way. And more than once you have mentioned farm workers, more than once you've mentioned the Latinx community. And so really being a champion of those Oregonians, all of us, by effect of that. So I wanted to thank you for all that. I'm sad to see you go. I don't know if any commissioners have any other words.
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Chair. I remember when former Director Rue called me and asked me to apply to serve, and he gave me a summary of the commission, and he said, and we have this Commissioner Sandoval who is relatively quiet, and then all of a sudden asks the most important question that we didn't think about at the most opportune time to get at the heart of the issue. And that is exactly what I have experienced. And I learned so much from you just by listening to the questions that you asked, and then you talk about the research that you're undertaking or should be undertaking or will undertake. And I just find it inspiring, and I appreciate learning from you all the time at these meetings. And I will also genuinely miss serving with you on the commission. So thank you so much. And of course, I look forward to continuing to see you through the University of Oregon and through other avenues. But what a pleasure it's been to serve with you. Thank you.
I like clapping, so it's used to clap. I love it.
Director Bateman, Chair Halova, forgive me. We have one more sort of milestone to mark, and we do have a card, I think, for Commissioner Lazo's retirement. You got it? Okay, all right. Well, thank you. You won't forget us, right? You're gonna stick around.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
exactly.
you.
Yeah.
Thank
My
you.
interpretation.
This is what retirement looks like.
That's awesome. And if as we meet in Eugene, we can follow Professor Sandoval around. All right. Thanks, you guys.
For clarity, he's retiring from his day job, not from the commission.
Lock the door.
Big
The,
box.
the box you have checked is quite big.
I was gonna say, I have the big box, yeah.
One nice box there. We're talking about housing, so anybody who wants to follow along, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes that agenda item.
I think we're gonna take a break. I don't even know if a break is in the in the schedule. What time do we feel comfortable coming back? Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll be back at 2:45 for agenda item number 15, which is a territorial C plan, part 4. Is our microphones on now? Okay. I was talking about how awesome the new Portland airport's going to be. Anybody was overhearing my conversation. I want to welcome back everyone. Next, we're going to hear agenda item number 15, the territorial sea plan, part 4, uses of the seafloor. Our presenter will be Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department. Public comment will be accepted during this action item. And I don't know if anybody is going to be giving public comment. Either they're going to be signing up online. There's one person for public comment so far, and anyone in the room. I don't see anyone in the room. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Holova and members of the commission. Again, for the record, am I supposed to join the audio here? No. Sorry for that interruption. For the record, my name is Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department. Today, I will be taking you to a different part of the world, one that you don't normally hear about, to talk about uses of Oregon's territorial seafloor. And in particular, this was really started from an issue that arose around siting of fiber optics cables, of which you can see a picture on the top center of the screen there. That's there's some shielding, metal shielding around a small cable. These pieces of infrastructure about the size of a garden hose, just for context. And they do cross the world's oceans. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit, but I want to just take us into our briefing today, what we hope to cover. The first of which is I have with me Tara Brock from the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. She'll introduce herself and relay the transmittal letter that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council sent to you. And then I will cover in more detail the briefing, give you a briefing on the recommendations for amendment of Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan, including what's in there. And we'll go to public comment and then commission deliberation and potential adoption. So without further delay, I'd like to invite Tara to speak. And I think you met her in April if you were with us for Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan. Tara, are you there?
I am. I was just working to get my video to work here. I don't know what's going on, as usual. There could never be not technical issues. So apologies for that. Hopefully I'll get it working in a second here. But thank you for having me here today, Andy. For the record, my name is Tara Brock. I am Vice Chair of OPAC currently. I represent coastal conservation on the council. And I was also chair of the Part 4 working group, which met over the last year and a half or so for 10 meetings to look at Part 4 of our Territorial Sea Plan and uses of the seafloor. We looked at the current regulatory framework. You're going to hear from Andy, I think, a lot about that in more detail. But we really took a look at what was needed to update that part of the Territorial Sea Plan to better have coordination between the various state agencies and local communities and governments and the project proposers. We also wanted to look more at the resources that might be affected by any uses of the seafloor and better understand the needs of the industries that might make uses of our seafloor. And we strove for consensus on every part of the recommendations before you today. And we did get to an ultimate consensus on the package that went to OPAC from the working group. And the council then deliberated on our recommendations, and happy to say that it was unanimous consensus to bring those recommendations here to you today on Part 4. And really think that what we're bringing you today is a pretty comprehensive package to better help with coordination and communication really early in project planning process. We've seen with some incidents that happened in the past that didn't always happen. And local communities and others felt that they didn't have the transparency or the accountability for those projects. So I think we've done a really nice job and look forward to your hopeful adoption today. I won't go into too much more detail because I believe Andy is going to give you a really great overview of what we're bringing before you now. And this is the official transmittal letter that Andy is now showing that we transmitted to you earlier, or I guess it was last month now. And just providing a little bit overview of what the process and what we are bringing forward to you today in a summary view. And I'll turn it back over to Andy. And I'm happy to take any questions on this as we move through anything that Andy can't answer.
Thank you, Tara. So the first thing I will mention is that we don't often think about the data we use in our smartphones or on our computers and how it travels from one place to the next. But when you think about communications around the world, more than 95% of the data that's sent to other international countries travels along the seafloor of the world's oceans. And that's a lot of data. It's a lot of cables and infrastructure that are maintained, and it's kind of an unseen, unthought of use of our world's oceans. And these have, the first cable that went in across the world's oceans was in something like 1780. So this kind of technology has been around for a while. It's been improved a lot. And we continue to see new demand for cables as our communication and our data exchange around the world grows. So this map of the fiber optic cables around the world just demonstrates how prevalent that is, and the kinds of use that we get from this use of the ocean is not something that we think about a lot, but is important to our daily lives as we consume data, transfer data through our smart devices and our machines. Here's a schematic of a general kind of undersea cable crossing. There is what they call a wet plant, which is all the pieces of this array or this network that exists underwater. And then there's the dry plant, which is once a cable comes to shore, it then interconnects and gets powered and gets subdivided, and then appropriately routed through these networks that exist on land. And the cables themselves require repeater units for long distances. So light attenuates over time somewhere between 150 and 300 miles. The industry has determined that there needs to be repeaters. So they're actually power coupled with light that travels across the schematic. And it's important just to recognize that, there are existing networks that are planned on land, and those plans need to coordinate with the plans underwater as well, so that there's efficient use and travel of data. And there's also, when companies think about this, they think about backup plans, right? So having another option to send the data. So it's not just one route, it's potentially multiple routes, so that there can be some replication of function in case they need to replace that if a cable gets damaged or needs to be maintained. And zooming in to think about more closely the part of the cable that interacts with the state of Oregon, there are a number of challenges for somebody who would want to use the seafloor in this way. And the first of which is that there's a wide diversity of geology on our seafloor, right? So you have hard rock in some places with big high relief form, and other places it's flat and has a lot of sediment, so you can bury a cable. And probably the most common place where there's issues with installation of these cables around the world is the part at which it goes from the ocean environment to the land environment. And the best practice in today's cable routing is that these are actually horizontal directionally drilled. So they go from land down underground out to a certain point on the seafloor where they pop out. The cables can then be pulled through a conduit, and then they're buried along the rest of their path, at least outside of Oregon territorial sea waters, and to the point at which fishing is no longer a concern, right? So it's in a company's best interest to maintain cable burial because they don't want to have any interruptions in service. recognizing that the data that is transmitted is worth billions of dollars for how much information is being transported. And we did have an accident in one of these processes a couple of years back that brought to the issue, or brought up to the state, that the need to have better coordination and better conversation around when these types of activities are proposed, the types of considerations that the state needs to be making when we're evaluating this type of action, and then how we can better make that decision as it's coming to shore. That accident resulted in a legislative directive to the department, in House Bill 2603, passed in the 2021 legislative session. That directive tasked the department to work in consultation with other state agencies, but primarily with the Department of State Lands, as they are the co-steward, they are the landowner of the territorial sea. And we were asked to look at a number of issues, including how the state requests fees in association with applications, the type of review processes that occur, and to ensure that those are better coordinated. And then DLCD was tasked to work with the Ocean Policy Advisory Council to make recommendations to this portion of our territorial sea plan that deals with cables. That portion of the territorial sea plan also deals with other pipelines or utilities. So this was not solely focused only on cables, but of all potential uses of the seafloor from that beneficial use perspective. Lastly, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council was directed to make recommendations on the amendment by the end of the legislative period that this applied to. So that was September of this year. We are now in front of you with the results of this hard work. And I'll start out by saying that this is complex. This is about as complex as you get from a regulatory perspective, because you are crossing international waters with a cable. It's coming up into state waters and then crossing onto shore, where there's the state kind of perspective and our land use planning program, which helps to dictate how appropriate uses on land would be reviewed and evaluated. And so the territorial sea plan can help to coordinate that very complex process, in particular, because it will bring together these agencies and entities who have different regulatory roles as we consider the potential impacts to the identified important resources and human uses that exist in our nearshore environment, as well as types of considerations when it's coming on shore on the shoreline part, just above where, you know, the territorial sea ends. Another way to look at that picture is to think just about the types of permits that are applicable in the different portions of that regulatory jurisdiction. I'm not going to read this slide, but it again goes to the ultimate point, which is that it's not easy for a citizen to understand how, when a new use is being proposed, who they talk to, how they interact so that their voice can be heard, and also how state agencies and regulatory agencies can understand the potential impacts associated with the proposed routing, as well as the potential impacts along those routes. So given that directive, we now then have the responsibility to move on and develop recommendations. Those of you who were with us in April for our commission meeting will recognize this slide. The slide is the slide that I used to talk about the process that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council would use to work with you as a commission to make recommended changes to the territorial sea plan. So we established a creatively named TSP Part 4 working group. That working group spent a lot of time and energy pulling together, talking about, considering the types of changes that needed to be made to the plan, and then bringing that back to Ocean Policy Advisory Council for their advice, their feedback, and eventually for their approval or their consensus to move that recommendation forward. I would like to just take a moment and recognize the members of our working group. It was a diverse a working group, not as diverse as the housing one I just heard about, which sounds incredibly difficult to manage. Slightly fewer number of entities given the subject matter. But we had a cross-section of our fishing industry, our coastal residents, conservationists. We had representatives from the cable industry, either thinking about power or fiber optics. We had coastal research, public at large, and then we had representatives from our state agencies, our local governments, and we did do the good work of offering tribal consultation and coordination throughout this process and along the way. And I just want to take the time to recognize the people towards something that they were not experts in, so they learned along with us, and they helped us to develop this comprehensive amendment. And I do want to point out that we were a very active group. We had 10 meetings between May of 2022 and July of 2023. To inform those meetings, the agency contracted and conducted 2 studies, and the working group helped to direct and guide and provide feedback along the way to those studies. We took the group on a field trip. So some of the pictures that you've seen here are us visiting these locations in the world. The picture that you can barely see of us standing around a manhole cover is the first part of the expression of that cable as it lands on Oregon shores. And most people would drive over that without thinking a moment that there's, billions of bits of information that's flowing underneath your feet and driving the communication that's around our world. Right? We visited a cable power landing station facility, and then we even visited a data center further inland in Hillsborough where the fiber optic cable was pulled and then it was entered into the system, and all the different channels of information were divided into the different places where they need to go. It really is eye-opening to think about how the data infrastructure that's provided by these cables impacts our communities. The centers of development in Hillsborough and centers of excellence of Microsoft and other developers, those are the companies that are driving the needs for more data transfer around the world. And understanding that infrastructure was something I had not had a previous view of, and that was great to see and understand how this use of the seafloor ties into the beneficial use of information networks that we depend upon. To go in a little to the studies that were conducted, the first study was a general catch-all. We wanted to bring the state agencies and our working group members up to speed on what were best practices in the cable industry around the world. So we hired a consultant who works worldwide, but is actually located in Bend, Oregon. And he worked to produce a comprehensive report that talked about all of the different elements that a company would think about when they're thinking about the routing of a cable, where to bring the cable to shore, what are the types of data that supports the decision that would be used to determine the locations that work best for them, the types of other interactions between the companies and the users on the ground, what types of actions may be necessary from a maintenance and repair perspective. And on those couple of points, I'll draw your attention to the ship on the upper right. Now, this is a cable installation ship. They are large vessels because they have to have hundreds of miles of cable on board, able to feed out the back of the ship, which they will then bury on the surface of the seafloor. The image on the bottom right is actually a plow that serves to dig a trench, to bury the cable, to cover it up, and then to take a picture at the end to make sure that the cable burial was complete, right? So this all happens from a sled that's towed off the back of the ship. That's for installation. But if you think about maintenance of a cable, they've got these huge ships with thrusters on all 4 corners of the ship so they can hold a very specific position in order to be able to pick the cable up if they need, and then splice new cable segments onto them if required, or repair them in whatever manner that's necessary. Yes.
You said it earlier, but it's probably important because that's the plows depicted on the beach. when it crosses the beach, we use a horizontal directional drill. So that is what is used on the sea floor. That's not.
Yeah, that's not a picture of the plow on an Oregon beach. Yeah, thank you, Steve.
They drag that thing under the sea across the ocean.
Yes.
That was insane.
Moving on now to the next study.
Should I take
that-
questions at all
Oh.
so far? Quite technical. Okay.
I mean, it's really exciting to think about this topic.
Got a question just because we're,
Please go ahead.
as I recall, the ocean is kind of deep. So, okay. I'm just sitting here wondering, like, are they like avoiding the deeper parts? There's some places they've never been to. I know that much. So do you know any insight on that?
In the middle of the world's oceans, there's, I would say, a lack of high quality resolution seafloor data. But on these paths that there have been cables laid previously, there will be, I would guess, an established route. So when you see a lot of those cables represented on a map that cross the world's oceans, they have done the due diligence to survey the approximate types of seafloor habitats that they would be interacting with. In particular, you want to avoid areas of high relief. Like a bend in the cable is a place in the cable that will potentially become a problem. And so they try to avoid slopes over a certain percentage to ensure that kind of breakage doesn't happen or is less likely.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the other study that we funded was a geological assessment of the potential cable landing sites along the Oregon coast. And we partnered with the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. In particular, Jonathan Allen was the PI who really led this work along with Jason McCaffrey. And the work that they did for this project provides now the most comprehensive set of geological data on Oregon's ocean seafloor, going out to the extent of the territorial sea and also to a similar extent inland. So they looked both offshore and onshore, compiling all of the relevant geological information that was available to produce this suitability analysis of relative suitability for landing a cable on Oregon shore. And when they did that analysis, they looked at different types of factors, like what is the susceptibility to sea level rise and erosion? What is the susceptibility to major earthquakes, understanding different faults? What are the risks on the associated shoreline? And so that suitability analysis provides the state for the first time with kind of that comprehensive baseline knowledge about the relative difficulty of landing a cable in a specific location. So, combine those two pieces of information is what the working group used then to understand this issue as best we could, so that we could understand how to make revisions to this chapter of the Territorial Sea Plan. And so we are now at the point where the working group came back together. They made their recommendation. They forwarded that to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. That did include tribal consultation and coordination along the way. So we did have input from Margaret Corby, who is the tribal representative on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And those parts of the review were incorporated in the draft. So happy to say that that piece of our work acknowledged the importance of feedback from our tribal governments along the coast.
Andy, hello, may I just
Sorry, Deputy Director.
Thank you. So Andy, thank you. And I just wanted to commend Marcus Chatfield. He's moved on to the Division of State Lands for a job, but he really did work hard at making sure the 5 self-identified coastal tribes were notified. Margaret Covey was the only representative that attended the meeting. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you, though. Not without effort. And I think, as we know, tribal governments, just like all governments, have to triage what they're able to send staff to. So it's not that they're not interested. We can't assume that, but it's just that we do our part in letting them know, and then they respond with a response or a non-response as to see fit. So thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Director. So I just want to quickly highlight some of the work on Part 4 specifically. We were working from a very short, succinct document of around 4 pages to start with. And we added many new sections to that, along with reworking some of what was originally there. But you've already heard from Tara that one of the first things we did was to provide a recommendation that there's the required formation of what we call a joint agency review team. And that's a coordination process that would happen early on by the agencies and other stakeholders would get to interact with a proponent and then provide feedback. We also recognize the value of undersea cables, pipelines, or other utilities as part of critical infrastructure that the state has, and thinking about those, right? So actually, when undersea cables are represented on a map, they're often represented by a squiggly line. That's because we do not provide the exact locations of the cables from a national security perspective, because tampering or sabotage of cables is something that has happened around the world and something that has caused major problems. So they are critical pieces of infrastructure. We recognize them as such in this plan and think about other types of impacts on hazards and other things associated with those pieces of infrastructure. We also included the requirement now that there is the development and submission of a resource and use inventory and effects evaluation. That is the company required to build this. It's a comprehensive look at what they're proposing to do and how it will interact with those uses and resources the state has identified already as important. And then the last thing we added was decommissioning requirements. These are already existed in statute, but we wanted to include them in the plan to call out specifically what the state was expecting and how that would occur.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with the decommissioning requirements. Is there any like bonding requirements? So there's a financial requirement to ensure that happens?
Yes, Chair Halova, Commissioner Lilac, great question. In House Bill 2603, Section 1 of the bill was actually the establishment of decommissioning requirements within the Department of State Lands administrative rules. So the Department of State Lands has the authority to lease and manage the seabed. And in association with that responsibility, they do require bonding and a financial assurance provided up in front so that the state could, if need be, do cleanup as necessary if for some reason that company does not exist in the future, and to ensure that the state does not end up paying for it on its own. This quick table of contents is just to show you the red boxes covered the sections that were in the original Part 4 version. So we have added a lot of framework, a lot of description, a lot more objectivity around how we expect these actions to take place, who is going to be on a joint agency review team, how that will work, the types of information required in the resource and use inventory and effects evaluation, the sections on installation and burial clarify our expectations that the cables are buried to a maximum practicable extent, as well as then decommissioning requirements. So we have added quite a body to the Part 4 document. And just to go a little bit more in depth on some of these pieces. So the Department of State Lands, being the lease and the state landowner and leasee, would be the entity responsible for convening the joint agency review team. That table would make up our state agencies who have a regulatory role, as well as other parties as invited by the Department of State Lands. It would include an opportunity for early coordination with our coastal tribes. and allow there to be a conversation, a focused conversation that would inform all of these groups and all these parties with the plans that are being proposed for whatever the new piece of infrastructure is. So it is recognizing that lack of coordination that existed today and answering that by using a similar model to what exists in Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan, which was developed for marine renewable energy and focused again on trying to bring everyone together so that we understand all the different elements of what's being proposed and how they will interact with our environment.
Question.
Yes, May.
Is cables for offshore wind part of the marine renewable energy or part of this section?
That is a great question. If it is a cable associated with a marine renewable energy development, then Part 5 would apply for the policies that relate to protection of resources and uses. The Part 4 piece would apply when it comes to shore. And so there would be coordinated mechanism and discussion around both of those pieces.
Like, the reason I was asking is it's not just these cables, right? It's that's the only other cable I can think of.
That's correct, yes. And that is a big and serious issue potentially on the horizon if offshore wind is a development that moves forward on Oregon's outer continental shelf.
It sounds like doing this solves that in the sense of it applies.
Yes. So to touch briefly on the inventory and effects evaluation requirement, the existing process for the implementation of cables did not include the submission of an effects evaluation. There was definitely information about the environmental impacts proposed associated with other federal projects. A lot of times this information was provided in a single place for all of the agencies to review as we were thinking about the proposed use. And so the requirement is that different types of seafloor, and actually make a distinction between fiber optics cables versus types of utilities, because there may be different decommissioning requirements or different actions that are necessary. But we spell out in Part 4 what the type of information that we are requesting is. That includes the likelihood and significance of the potential effects on our resources and uses, which we've inventoried and made available, as well as how is this project intended to be carried out? What is the timing of when cable burial will happen? How does that relate to things like whale migration? What are the other long-term effects of having this in place, et cetera? And this is, clearly states what the state would expect to get when we are going to be reviewing a proposal for this type of action. And the slide there just demonstrates the variety of different agencies that have a role and will have an interest in the type of information that is important to understand, right? So what types of seafloor habitats may be potentially impacted by the routing of a cable? How will the burial activity relate to something that's happening from a seasonal timing perspective? So it's clear that we've done some thinking about what types of information are important and that we want to see that before, we understand how to move forward on a project.
Director.
I just wanted to note, Andy, it's hard to see at the bottom half of that visual, but we've got very important agency partners named there, just so you've kind of got that in your thinking as well. So there's Parks and Recreation, there's Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of State Lands, and Dogami, Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, that are all impacted and implicated there at the bottom part of the visual. I didn't want them to get lost. They're crucial partners.
Yeah, thank you, Director Bateman. And they will certainly be those sitting around the table with us as we consider this, whatever the new use is as proposed.
Commissioner Thompson.
There are community watchdogs who are very interested in these developments. To what extent are they included? Because they're certainly writing me a lot of emails.
Chair Halova, Commissioner Thompson, thank you for that question. So the idea would be that they would potentially have a seat at the joint agency review table, right? So there, as mentioned, other parties as invited by DSL was meant to be a catch-all for local communities, potential recreational communities of interest. If there was a great surfing spot, as an example, not wanting to impact recreational activities or other entities in a specific geography. And it's hard to identify these entities before you know the area of interest for a cable. But as soon as those are known, then the opportunity to have a county commissioner from the affected county, the opportunity to have a local stakeholder from the area, those are possible. And we made sure that that was something that could be included in the joint agency review team as dictated by the Department of State Lands. So they still have the call on who to bring to the table, but the flexibility is there to include that local perspective.
That's responsive.
So the last topic I wanted to cover again was decommissioning. We require a decommissioning for all seafloor actions, right? So if a company is proposing to use the seafloor, that is a lease of a certain period of time. When they're done, the state expects that that infrastructure is removed and the environment is remediated to the state closest to it was when that activity took place. In some cases, it may be more environmental damaging to remove infrastructure than it is to leave it in place. And because of that potential need, we also built in the fact that it can be possible. It has happened where companies have tried to remove sections of cables and were not able to. And so they've come to DSL, they've talked to the agencies, and the agencies have responded to them that actually let's leave that section in place. It's an inert piece of infrastructure. Let's not damage the environment by trying to pull it out. And in that case, as a financial penalty for that, there is the creation of an encroachment easement from the Department of State Lands that would require that entity to pay in perpetuity to the state for the fact that they are continuing to occupy that space with their infrastructure. Okay. Moving now to the subject of public comment. I did hold a geographic hearing in Newport where we had one citizen provide testimony. She also provided written public comment, and that's Lene Rutledge. So on the record, if you see Lene's comments, she provided that not only in person to me at Newport, but also in writing to the commission. And I do have a summary of some of the other public comments that we've heard, but why don't we go to whoever's waiting to provide public comment, if that's amenable.
Thank you, Andy. The only person I had signed up was Tara. So Tara, were you intending to also provide public comment? No, okay.
No, thank you. We were working to get me a participation link here, so all set. I was just here to represent OPAC and the working group.
Thank you.
Chair Halova, I can summarize the comments that I have received to date. We have 4 written comments. They've all come in the last week and a half or so. You should have all 4 of the letters have been emailed to you. I've taken the liberty of trying to summarize them from a themes perspective. The first and foremost of which is, I would say that we got thanks for the good work that was done to build a comprehensive framework for understanding this issue in the Territorial Sea. That being said, there are issues that remain a concern to local constituents, and I summarize them here in a few bullets. The first of which is that there's a big component of this process that happens onshore, that is up outside of the Territorial Sea, and subject to review and provisions of the local land use planning process. And there's a desire to have a better connection between the process that would review those activities on land and those that would be considering them in the ocean. That is outside of what we can address through amendments to Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan. So I will fully admit that that is still an area of work that I think the state could improve upon. How that happens, I think there needs to be some future conversations. The idea of how does Goal 17 apply is one of those conversations, and how do we better tie that into the conversation at the Joint Agency Review Team. You know, that is an opportunity that's in front of us. We can use that vehicle, but that is something that's not mandated for our review within the Territorial Sea Plan specifically. So there's that issue generally of understanding from the full network design perspective how the pieces on land connect to the pieces in the ocean, and there's a desire to have that be better understood and reviewed. That being said, there are needs of the specific developers of cables that are unique to those cables because they have existing networks on land. They have specific investments already made, so they want to make future investments correlated with those places. So there's already something that's driving them to want to have a proposal in a specific place. And you know, we can have, I think, comprehensive discussions at a joint agency review team of what those needs could be. But I don't think that's the solution that everyone was looking for, unfortunately. But it is outside of what I think we can do with an amendment to Part 4. There was a comment that we should also require a demonstrated need to have, you know, an approval of further cables. That's not something we've done for any other type of industry. It doesn't fit the framework for our decision making. And again, that does not honor kind of the needs of the industry that already has investments made in specific places to justify further action. There were a number of comments about the fee structures and the need for additional resources for the state to be able to support the amended rules. And there are recommendations from the Department of State Land that there be administrative rules and some statutes changed to allow them to charge for the process of review of a cable. And that is something that we support for that agency to have the capacity it needs to be able to manage this process, because it does not currently. And we've identified that in our rulemaking notices as a fiscal need. But having that requirement in Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan was out of place, since that's really associated with the ability of the regulating agency that owns the lands to be able to secure a fee to support that process. There was a comment about penalties for occupation of state land. If infrastructure is left in place, that was actually addressed through Part 4. So that part has been handled. And there was a comment about Part 1 of the Territorial Sea Plan potentially having conflicting language with Part 4, but we did address that in a footnote in Part 4. Recognizing that I think there's still a need to go back in and clean up some of Part 1 of the Territorial Sea Plan, but that's not a requirement for the work that we've done to be put in place to complete this rulemaking. And I am done.
Okay. I was wanting to see if anybody had any commissioners had any clarifying questions before we may move to a motion. Commissioner Warren.
So as the cable comes on land, how does it interact with Goal 5?
Great question. I think there would be a land use compatibility statement that's required on land by the county where that is coming to shore. And I think that that would be addressed in the county's decision to approve the project.
I have a question not related to this, just out of curiosity, if you know the answer. I was curious if bringing more cables like provides more jobs or more economic development. Is there any relation to this work in economic development at all, or no?
I think you could probably make a tie to economic development with extra capacity, data capacity. And the way that I would characterize that is that every strand of a fiber optic cable that crosses the ocean is worth a certain amount of dollars. And, having extra capacity is something that companies buy and sell to each other or to other entities. And so having additional capacity can provide opportunities for businesses that need a lot of data and high-speed connectivity. So the technology centers that cluster around data centers are a good example of economic growth. So in the area of Hillsborough, there's a lot of economic growth associated with all of the data that's coming into that geography. So there may be a separation between the benefit from the ocean piece, but it is happening for our state by having the cables come to shore here. Oregon is the state on the West Coast with the most numbers of cables that cross our shore. And so we do gain a lot of benefit from technology companies that are building new data centers, as an example. So
Yeah, I thought I didn't know the answer to that question. And I think it's important to make that linkage, because I think a lot of times we talk about like the risks and the environmental risks, which are important, but we don't talk about the flip, which is the economic development benefits. So I think it was good to hear that, because sometimes you hear about these things that happen in Oregon and you just wonder why Oregon, and maybe this is a part of the equation. It sounds like what you're saying.
I think certainly our high-tech sectors in the state have benefited from a strong fiber optic cable connection to the West Coast and the rest of the world.
So I didn't know if anybody would like to make a motion. I don't want to wrap it up too quickly, but we're going to move on to the agenda item from yesterday. If anybody feels comfortable to make a motion.
I'm happy to make the motion. I move the commission adopts as part of the Oregon Coastal Management Program and herein incorporates by reference an amendment to Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, uses of the sea floor as recommended by the Ocean Policy Advisory Council on September 8th, 2023.
Is there a second to the motion? Yes. Commissioner Thompson seconds. All of Jan. I was like, I don't remember doing that. That's how I was saying it. Jan, please make the
Warren.
Excuse me, Chair
Jan.
Halova. Lisa just raised a good point, and that is that there was one more public comment that came in that I did not recognize. It came in at like 2:00 this afternoon. It was from Oregon Wild, and it related to standards of practice for the burial of cables. I believe that those concerns are not valid enough to change the recommendations that have already been provided. The working group did have a significant conversation around cable burial requirements and the language that was used. So we had a substantive discussion around that topic, and we did balance the needs from conservation and development perspective, and the language that is in the plan and is in your recommendations does reflect that. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that comment, because I acknowledged the other ones before, but this one was late arriving.
Thank you for that. Jan, can you give the roll call?
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
I'm going to abstain. I did not hear the whole presentation.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Lilac.
And with that, the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, uses of the seafloor, Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
So we are actually going to not move on to item number 16 yet. We are going to go to a item agenda that was from yesterday that got continued to today, which is item number 6, solar conformity rulemaking. And I'm going to hand over the job of chair to the vice chair, since I was not at the commission yesterday, so that he can do this agenda item.
Great, thank you, Chair. We considered a motion. The vote on the motion was 3 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstained. We needed 4 for the motion to pass. The direction was for staff, the team, to reconsider the motion and for the amendment in particular, which I understand staff worked on, and they have a proposal to present to us now. Gordon Howard, our Community Services Division Manager, is pulling up that motion. So if I may, I will turn it over to Mr. Howard and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lilac. Also with me this afternoon, John Jennings, who was here yesterday, is on is on video if we have any questions for him. But I'm going to be giving the presentation this afternoon. First of all, like I said, this is a reconsideration. And what we are trying to do to recap is follow the direction of the legislature on or before today to adopt rules to allow a local government to consider a photovoltaic solar power generation facility as a rural industrial use, and for purposes of justifying an exception. As stated earlier, the motion on the basically the staff, the department recommended language with a slight modification failed 3 to 2 in favor with 1 abstention. It needed a majority of the votes. And the concerns raised about the recommendation in the public testimony from all the parties, including those on both sides of the issue, if I could characterize them that way, or that the department recommendation exceeded the scope of statutory authority. It created some uncertainty. It was overly broad, and it wasn't truly conforming rulemaking. Now, what that recommendation did, it was amending a different section of this rule in Division 4 to create a new definition of rural industrial development. And instead, we received alternatives from the testifiers. I believe there were 5 of them, and they all agreed that instead we should be looking at amending this section of the rule, which is the relevant section on rural industrial development. And it would be to add language that clearly identified solar photovoltaic facilities as a rural industrial development and eligible to justify an exception pursuant to all of the same criteria for establishment of such a rural industrial exception that are in our existing state law and rules. And so we at the department closely considered the testimony provided. And we would put forward this recommended language as an alternative to the original department recommendation, which would be to take what was proposed by the parties, and also in addition, as was pointed out by one of the parties, that the language in the legislature said that authorized local governments to do this. It didn't mandate it. So we did carefully look at this, and this is our proposal, which would essentially state that for purposes of our rules, a local government can consider a photovoltaic solar power generation facility as outlined in another one of our rules as to be a rural industrial use. And we believe that this language does satisfy the concerns that were raised in the testimony that you received. And so with that, I would certainly open it up for any questions you may have on this alternative.
Commissioners, and including if you can let us know if Commissioner Boyer has a question online. Any clarifying questions? Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, can you give us an example of another rural industrial use that is similar to a solar power generating facility?
Commissioner Sandoval, Vice Chair Lilac, rural industrial development is really any kind of what we would consider an industrial use that would occur outside of an urban growth boundary. It's a very broad definition. Now, in this Land Use Board of Appeals decision from several years ago, they said, however, a solar photovoltaic facility was not such a rural industrial use. And essentially what we'd be doing is making that definition slightly broader to include those. But other rural industrial uses that you commonly see might be, I mean, you see them scattered throughout the rural landscape of Oregon. Mills, traditionally lumber mills, were not traditionally located in urban areas, often in rural areas. A lot of agriculture related activities are industrial that are outside of urban growth boundaries, feed mills and things like that. Generally things that don't require urban public facilities, such as sewer and water in particular, are the kind of things that you might see as a rural industrial use that's located outside of an urban growth boundary in the state.
Or like a windmill?
That's a good, windmill's another type of renewable energy facility, and I don't believe that question has ever been answered, whether that's a rural industrial use in itself. I think to follow up, that would be the main limitation on rural industrial uses, is that they don't require urban levels of services, particularly water and sewer, to be established.
Any follow-up questions? Mr. Sandoval, no. Seeing none here at the table, Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm sitting in the airport. I don't know if you guys want to see me after this long flight, so I think I'm going to stay off the video. I do have a question. I can't see what's on the screen, so I don't know if my question is going to be valid or not, but I'm curious what the exception requirements would still apply.
Commissioner Boyer, Vice Chair Lilac, all of the exception requirements that apply to any other rural industrial development exception that's being proposed would also apply to a solar photovoltaic generation facility. And so it would get no breaks from any of those requirements that any other rural industrial development proposal would do in order to justify an exception.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Any other questions for commissioners? Seeing no other questions, commissioners, do we have a motion? On this item?
If I could see the next slide, I might be able to. Oh. Even then, it might be difficult for me. Okay. I'll defer to Commissioner.
I move to adopt the following rule to OAR 660 004 0022 sub 3. A rural industrial development, a local government may consider a photovoltaic solar power generation facility as defined in OAR 660 033 0130 sub 38F to be a rural industrial use. The siting of industrial development on resource land outside an urban growth boundary Appropriate reasons and facts may include, but are not limited to, the following.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Commissioner Thompson will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Jan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac.
The motion carries. And the rule is now passed. I just want to thank everybody for your work addressing this in very short order. Our mixed vote resulted in a better outcome that I really believe that will be beneficial to everybody. So thank you very much. We'll move on.
If I could just briefly add that we will be looking at this issue along with many others in the rulemaking on the full solar issues over the next year.
Thank you very much. And I will hand the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think now we're going to break for 15 minutes. And I'm going to look at the clock in a second, but when we return, we're going to have agenda item number 16, which is policy agenda with Alex Hammer, legislative and policy coordinator. And we will come back at 4:05 for that. Is that our last item? No, second to last item. See you then, 4:05. Recording. Oh, we're recording. Okay, welcome back. Up next, we have agenda item number 16, policy agenda with Alex Hammer, Legislative and Policy Coordinator. Public comment will be accepted during this action item. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that's here for public testimony. Okay, we'll just wait till the end to see if there's anybody online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Chair, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Alexis Hammer. I'm the Legislative Coordinator for the department. I have a box on my screen, but it's not showing up there. Let's mess up the Zoom. Okay. So every 2 years, the agency issues a policy agenda. And the policy agenda at a high level is really just the 2-year plan for the agency in terms of the work that we are both required to do and that we volunteer or plan to do at the discretion of the discretion of LCDC. And there's basically 2 main purposes of having a policy agenda. One is to communicate to the public to know the full scope of our work and what our agency is doing. And another element is for us to make sure that we're thinking strategically about how much work do we actually have to do over the next 2 years and how are we going to phase and time that work. This document doesn't include that phasing and timing, but it helps us get there and think strategically about deadlines and those sorts of things. So to talk briefly about the timeline, this isn't moving. Oh. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's every time. It's a little jangled.
The policy agenda gets kicked off right after the end of each legislative long session. So on odd numbered years, we start drafting immediately after new legislation has been passed. And that gives us a lot of the framework that we need to think about for how our biennium will operate. The policy agenda is developed over just a few months because it is responding to legislative deadlines that were just established. And we adopt it usually within a few months of the end of a legislative session. So by August of this year, we drafted had a draft policy agenda and published it for public comment from August 28th to September 18th. We received comments and reviewed those comments. And then right now we are putting it before you, and you will have an opportunity to make any adjustments or things through this meeting. I will mention that there is no legislative or legal obligation to have this done by a certain date, but it is good just practice for us to have this document and be transparent with the public about what we're doing over the next 2 years or 18 months at this point. So I'll just get right into it and talk about the issues and the things that are going to be coming before the commission over the next 2 years. And there's 2 main categories. And the first is the legislatively directed policy that we need to implement from direction from the legislature. And many of these things have been either covered in detail or will be covered in detail at future meetings. So some of them sound big and they are, but they will have plenty of time to be talked about at future meetings. So don't feel like this is a missed opportunity if we can't discuss everything in detail today. The first is House Bill 2001 from this legislative session in 2023 directed us to implement the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Just at a high level, there are 2 deadline dates that have 3 components in that rulemaking that will follow. It includes the housing need, one bucket for addressing housing needs and production, and another for housing accountability that will be done by January 1st of 2025. So in just over the next year. And then by January 1st of 2026, there's a separate issue that will probably take longer, more deliberation around housing capacity and urbanization. So it's really just a big look at Goal 10 and an update on the way that we address housing throughout the state.
That's a question now.
Sure. Thank you, Chair.
I should know, but what is housing capacity and urbanization?
So capacity and urbanization relates to capacity is like the zoned capacity of an urban area. And if Ethan might be able to answer this better if he wants to.
I guess in relation to housing need, is that the same thing or something different?
Chair Loba, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the manager of the housing division at DLCD. Housing capacity and urbanization relates to the goal 14 elements of housing planning. So buildable lands inventory, housing capacity analyses, and UGB amendments as a result of planning for housing and the deficit that may be identified through that process. So this includes urban reserve planning, UGB land swaps, those kind of things. And that's different from housing needs and production in one distinct way, which is housing needs and production really focuses on the goal 10 process of housing planning, housing production strategies particularly.
And I'll just keep moving. The legislature also adopted House Bill 2727, which directs our agency to study early childhood education facility siting in a work group and bring together, I think, a group of about 15 or so representatives from different interests throughout the state. This is not policy making. It's just a study that we'll be issuing back to the legislature. And it is a step in the pathway of developing policy because it will inform, it will look at both our regulations of building code and help, people to consider future policy. So that's why we included it here, even though it's not direct policy making. The next bill is House Bill 3409, and there's two components of it. The first one is it is called Reduced Conflict Photovoltaic Rulemaking. We just implemented moments ago the first phase of that, which was a much simpler conforming rulemaking, just to count solar facilities as a rural industrial use. The second and more complex rulemaking needs to be completed by July 1st of 2025. That is a conversation around how do we site solar facilities in the areas that really mitigate risks of loss of cultural values and natural resource values while creating a streamlined pathway to making sure that solar is feasible without having to take a go through the goal exception process in Eastern Oregon, trying to prioritize siting it near transmission lines. And that rulemaking will also include a new staff for us, and we'll be convening that early next year. And Commissioner Lilac is going to be our board or our commission liaison for that work. The second component of 3409 which is known as the climate package or the climate bill, is the Community Green Infrastructure Program. This one is another one that doesn't include direct policy making. There's no rulemaking involved. But it does set up a new program, which is pretty significant for the department. It'll be the first time that we are funding capital projects. We're also able to, the Green Infrastructure Program is funding both the planning and the building of green infrastructure, which is defined as things like urban tree canopies, stormwater, wastewater systems, and really helping us build more resilient infrastructure to manage or to have our cities be more resilient in the face of climate change and also addressing equity issues. So the real policy component of that's not rulemaking is that we need to create criteria in order to distribute these grants to local governments. So we'll make a difference of what gets developed on the ground and how we do that.
Is it only to local governments or what about community organizations?
Thank you, Chair. Great question. The only, it is to local governments, nonprofits, and I believe even businesses are eligible. And they can partner together as well. And so that is the totality of the legislatively directed policy for this biennium. Then
Deputy Director Green.
It's just for the commissioners, if you know, it's such a robust and good policy agenda and accurate as to what the legislature gave us, but not all of it is rulemaking. So I think Alexis just made this point that community green infrastructure is not rulemaking. So the extent we're looking for feedback from the commission would probably be on that criteria. If at all, is that right? Yeah.
That's correct. And I think,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Again, sorry.
I think the question was if actually, do you want to?
Sure, just clarifying that some items on the policy agenda are actual policy in terms of rulemaking, state policy, and some would be guidance for staff on how to develop a program. Thank you.
And there will be much more opportunity to talk about the non-policy elements of criteria of those type of things that we can offer.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, I have a colleague and who passed away who was an expert on green infrastructure. His name was Robert Young. So if you want to take a look at Robert Young's work, he was the key academic on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. And Matt, we'll look into that. And next, to get into the agency-directed policy development, climate-friendly and equitable communities is we have this included mainly because we know that what we just did, adopting those updated rules, is what was going to happen in this biennium. So that is complete. And there's a potential update to vehicle miles traveled, which is known as Rule 210 from that program, which it affects how cities model vehicle miles traveled for purposes of approving development. And that could become a topic of consideration by the department and the agency throughout this biennium and maybe in future biennium. But we wanted to include it here just as a flag, but it's just a potential update. Then we are also, you've already heard at this commission hearing about Goal 5 work and the rule for updating on cultural resources. So I won't go into the detail there. On Goal 9, we have an item on updating rules and guidance for economic opportunities analyses, which is really just it's an effort to try to provide more clarity around the what's called the target industry approach to a component of our land need analysis. And it's a really vague process right now that isn't clearly defined, and we want to add some more clarity around that. The Farm and Forest Program update is work that you've been hearing about and has been ongoing for some time. And in January at your next meeting, you'll hear an update about that from our Farm and Forest expert, Hillary Foote. And you'll have direction about, you'll be able to give direction about the potential for future rulemaking on that. Also in 2024 is potential for you to hear about the coastal access rulemaking and revising some of our coastal goals around that. And we have not updated our public records request fees in at least a couple of decades. So they are something that we could choose to update and kind of catch up with modern costs. And finally, we are proposing that to include a pilot for updating our agency coordination agreements and working with other agencies to update some of these sometimes 20-plus-year-old plans to make sure that we're working well together with other state departments. I'll stop there for a quick second.
Commissioners, any questions? Vice Chair Lilac?
The only question I have is, are we gonna have an update, or we're gonna have a meeting in December actually on the Farm and Forest Program? Is that right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I think it'll probably also be on our January agenda, but we may have a step between now and then.
Yes, that's great. Vice Chair, we had that request from Commissioner Boyer to have a briefing, an informational briefing only in December in order to prepare the commission for some more weighty discussion coming in your January meeting.
It's just a briefing. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, this policy agenda is making me want to stay on the commission.
It's never too late.
Oh, you got our hopes up.
I'm sure there's a point at which it is
find a
too
role
late,
for
but
you.
I don't think that time has come. Oh. Commissioner Lazo?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, just on this in general, the policy agenda doesn't assign any priorities or order of magnitude in work levels, right? I mean, and so is that something that comes with this later, or I guess I'm not sure if that's a necessary component of this. It's just a list at this point of stuff we know about.
Chair Halova and Commissioner Lazo, I would respond to that by saying that describing just the work in the policy agenda itself, the actual document, is pretty. For instance, the biggest chunk of rulemaking that we have in this biennium is the House Bill 2001 implementation, and that is a page and a half compared to some of these other ones, which are just a few sentences or a paragraph or so. So I think that gives us a sense for the scope and scale, but it is hard to estimate that sometimes, like at the outset of this far back in the biennium.
Okay. And so some of that takes place in other places though, right? In the work plans that you all do.
Absolutely.
As staff and pieces like that. My other question is the other, the bottom one there, the agency coordination agreements pilot, that was proposed previously, right? Was that actually a POP or something that we had seen before that didn't move forward?
Director. Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. I would say that that's been something that we've seen as something that's important and has been included before, probably in a more aspirational way. I don't think that there's been a budget policy option package that's come forward in a formal way. But I think part of the commitment that I made when I arrived here was to revitalize this and to breathe some life into it and get some forward progress. This is something I brought in with me as being really important, coming from the other agencies, and some of whom are very hungry to reestablish that relationship.
And I was just remembering that reminded me that we never used to put on things that we wanted to do but didn't have money for. And then we started putting them on the list, understanding that there was no money for it. And I think cultural resource was definitely one of those. Like, it would end up on the list every time. We'd be like, how can we get money? So I kind of like that practice now, because it shows forward thinking about what we want to do, not necessarily that we're going to get funded. So that's probably, I imagine, why that was on that list, but it never made it to the actual. And we hope, right, it's not necessarily making it onto the list now either, right? It's just being put forward to make it onto the list.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair, if I may clarify.
Deputy Director.
Thank you. Do you mean the state agency coordination one, the goal?
I'm saying I don't know if that's an example of something that we've been.
Sorry, I thought you said cultural areas, but
The goal 5 cultural resources
initiated that yesterday.
Yeah, but
internal
2 years ago we were saying we want this to be a priority, but it wasn't making it onto like.
I am
Yeah.
so sorry that
Yeah.
you missed my 45-minute aria on goal 5 area
man.
timeline yesterday.
Yeah.
But we have been working on that for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
In earnest with a work group of tribal.
Right, but I was saying, like, from my recollection, there wasn't really like a POP funded. We did it anyway. That's what I meant, like, versus an official POP that has funding behind it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep moving. So just to kind of go over the process we went through to get here, as I mentioned earlier, the August 28th to October 18th, we had availability for the public to review and make comments. We also are following up with community-based organizations, both to talk about the policy agenda, but also let them know that the development of the agency request budget is a huge opportunity for community-based organizations to engage and really shape the direction of our agency, whereas a lot of this work is stuff that's legislatively directed that really requires a lot of our capacity just to implement what the legislator has already told us to do. And then we've also engaged with our regional reps and through formal process of tribal consultation to make sure that tribes are fully informed and able to ask us and tell us what issues on the agenda they want to be especially engaged in as we're going forward, such as the Goal 5 cultural resources issue. So some of the themes I took the liberty of, you do have the comments, you should have the comments in your packet. And some of the themes of the public comment are encouraging, and they often were saying like, great, this is a good policy agenda, but also make sure that we're focusing on housing, focusing on agency coordination to be aligned around housing, having the right data and having an accountability system to ensure that we're getting actual housing built on the ground. Then there was a couple of mentions of support for the child care facilities work and support for our work on farm and forest protections, as well as asking for more clarity on our Goal 5 rulemaking for cultural resources, which is the intent and within the document. So there wasn't a lot of things that were critical or things telling us that we were on the wrong track. And right now we can just, we'll talk about, sorry, I'm not sure why public hearing is on there. Oh yeah,
Maybe
that's
got
what
rid
it
of
was.
public hearing
Sorry.
there. I don't know if there's anybody online for public comment for this. No. I had a comment that I didn't make, which is I'm really excited about the early childhood education facilities. One, because I care about kids, but I really, it is directly tied to economic development. And also gender diversity in the workforce also. So I think a lot of people just see it as education or children, but it's like, if you don't have anybody to watch your kid, you know, to take care of your kids and all those kind of things, you don't have an ability to get a job. So I think I just wanted to say, I've been in sessions with people who've been pushing forward this agenda from all different areas. Yeah, either people who know something about buildings, development, policy. And so I was gonna say I'm slightly in the background of that one.
Great.
I didn't get that passed, but you know. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And we can keep you apprised on how that's developing too.
Commissioner Warren.
The OAP last week, I noticed that they're pushing heavily for a Goal 1 update. And it looks like they're going to bring some sort of legislative concept, I think, to this next session. Just want to make sure we're tracking on that.
Was this, I'm sorry, Chair Holova, but Commissioner Warren, what are you asking about? What is the OAPA bringing that forward?
It sounds like it, yeah.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard that, but it's not surprising. I think that the issue has been supported by them in the past, and we have asked for it in the past as well. It's something that struggles to get funded, and it requires a lot of investment and work to get the agents. I mean, it's asking for a goal update, which is a very expensive proposition because it requires meetings throughout the entire state. But it is good to hear that, you know, the OAPA is.
Anybody on the commission, when they went through a whole exercise summarizing all the different options to do it, the full goal update, the partial, there was a whole time where it broke it down and the cost of each. Be good to resurface that information. Because it was desired by the commission at that time also, but it wouldn't get picked up. The full one was very pricey, as I recall, but there were other options besides the full one.
Yeah, it could be augmented with rules implementing Goal 1, which currently do not exist.
Is the director not the deputy director? Were you here? Okay. Somebody. Commissioner Thompson?
I'd really love to see that because we've just gone through a 5-year plus, we call it an agonizing exercise in the revision of our comp plan. And I kept thinking year after year after year, you know, we really ought to revise this Goal 1 stuff because what is written and what is now practiced, I think are out of sync. So I'd like to see a tune-up. Yeah. Thank you.
Deputy Director, we're gonna talk about that.
Thank you, Chair Halova. I just to note that a goal, a little bit louder. Sure. A goal revision takes that 12 hearings now around the state with our 6 congressional districts, and a rule update, as you know, is within your authorities, you know, just holding hearings here at the commission. So it is an order of magnitude more significant to update a goal than a rule. So that's what we had recommended in, I believe, a piece of legislation was to go for a rule update instead of a goal update. And I think we have some fiscal impact analyses attached to bills where we discuss that. Alexis, I do have a handout of the goal, the OAPA's aspirations that they handed out in Eugene last week. So thanks, Commissioner Warren, for mentioning that. I'll slide that your way before you leave today. Thank you.
Reiterate with that, I think at that time we were also like, given the priorities, not going for the full, just given the dollar value, which I don't remember what it was. I feel like a millions was in the category. It was in the millions. I know that.
And
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. And that reminds me that that is one of the items that I think was on past policy agendas, and there was a pop on it that didn't get included in the budget, the goal one update. And so again, is that something that we would want to continue to move forward on the policy agenda, or does it just drop off? And I think that there's no discussion about, I guess after it didn't get funded, is there value in keeping it on our agenda if it's something that we want to accomplish in the future?
Is it about the long versus the short session? I mean,
Chair, Commissioner, one of the things that I have come to appreciate about working for the state is the sense of the arc and the fact that you'll sometimes have to ask more than once before you actually get what you've been asking for. It's absolutely worth keeping it on the policy agenda and trying again. Just as I arrived, we put our budget in, our budget agency request budget, and unfortunately it didn't come out the other end. Six months later, we're gonna try again.
Chair, Commissioner, I'd add that the topic of community involvement is such an important and so widely, there's so much interest in it, that to do it justice, it really requires some funding to have the staff that is necessary to do that well. I think trying to do it too cheaply or within our existing staff capacity would be asking too much and probably result in a poorer outcome.
And that was a request. So I don't know process wise, again, if it's worth putting on here as sort of a placeholder for this is work we want to continue to do in the future. I'm not sure process wise if that's
Vice Chair Leland.
what this is for.
I completely agree. This is such a big topic. I pull up the agenda. We have I have the policy agenda, goal 5 rule update for cultural resources. Should we have one? Goal 1 rule update. I mean, and we don't have to even fill in the blanks right now, but it's on there. We've identified it as being one of our priorities.
We have all that. We have it written. We just have to go back a couple years and grab it. We have it.
Because I just didn't see it otherwise. I'm just trying to.
I'm saying we're not, that's a good point. We could just bring it back. Yeah, and I also wonder, the people in planning document and other, there's been I agree that money has to be spent and done right, but at the same time, there have been things that have been done since the last time I feel like we really talked about this that I'm wondering, questioning, what resources we have already actually accomplished. But yeah, but I understand it. There's procedural required things that require dollar bills to get done. So I think that's the difference. There's a process you have to follow.
Sure.
Deputy Director.
Yeah, and to Chair and Director Bateman and to Alexis and the Commission, Director Bateman and Alexis know that I've been working to kind of program the policy agenda on a calendar and do the associated workflow planning that Commissioner Lazo asked about just a moment ago. It is a very full policy agenda. I looking across at Sadie, I just don't know if it's realistic to take on a goal 1 rulemaking this biennium without an additional FTE, to be honest. But I don't want to get in front of the director, but I just wanted to be candid that this is a very aggressive policy agenda with probably 6 items coming your way for full adoption next December. So it's full. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, I was talking about putting it on the list for a budget request, a policy option package. And so I think that would be the first step. If we get that, as you mentioned, and we have resources and capacity, then I would say it goes on the policy agenda after that. So I think I would put it in that order.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the clarification of the process. That's what I was.
Commissioner Thompson.
As someone who looks at the impact and the cost of the citizen participation process on the ground in my county, the money that could be saved and redirected toward the actual healing of the planet and the flourishing of the economy, I think would be well worth putting that in for a policy option package.
Vice Chair Lilac.
And I agree with that approach. My suggesting including it wasn't to bump anything or to create unrealistic expectations that we would. It's just reflecting our discussion of that. If we don't acknowledge it or we don't have it someplace, then do we lose it? So that's my point. So the path forward sounds great to me.
Chair, Vice Chair, I could just add that within earlier when I presented on the development of our agency request budget, one of the ideas that we have already received from our staff is to add this in a pop. So it is likely that you'll see this in a draft before you early next year.
Thank you. I think with that, we'll conclude item number 16. Oh, there's a motion. Sorry. Does anyone want to give the motion to adopt the recommendations given?
I actually have one on the screen, but it's not moving again.
We have it in our, I think we have it in our packet. Commissioner Lazo.
I move, I move to endorse the 2023 to 2025 draft policy agenda as presented.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Thompson. Jan, can you give the roll call?
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer. I'm sorry, Commissioner Boyer has an excused absence. Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac.
And with that, the motion passes. And so our final item today is agenda item number 17, a briefing on the department's Beaches and Dunes Fellowship. Our presenter is Elisa Conley Ronzado. Did I say that correct? Hopefully. Oregon Sea Grant Fellow. Public comment will not be accepted on this informational item.
Chair Halova.
And Deputy Director Green.
Commissioners were discussing what we can do for goal 1 and community engagement kind of through practices, through putting people in planning and other means. I wanted to just let the commission know that through both the housing program and the climate friendly and equitable communities program, we are developing and say it'll be integral in this, an equitable communities equitable engagement guidebook for local governments in the near term, and utilizing the equity framework for decision making the commission passed this past April. So we will be putting together guidance for local government on equitable engagement. Not that we shouldn't update the rule and or the goal, but we continue to do what we can do until we have those complete resources. Thank you.
Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commission. For the record, I am Alyssa Connolly Randazzo, the Coastal Outreach Fellow for the Oregon Coastal Management Program of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I'm here to brief you on the Beaches and Dunes Fellowship. So this opportunity came available through the Oregon Sea Grant Natural Resources Policy Fellowship Program. This initiated last year in October 2022, supposed to be for 12 months. It's thankfully been extended just a little bit longer to December of this year. So I'm grateful for that. I have a graduate degree in environmental science and management from Portland State University, and through the training from DLCD and with my background, I've been developing several tools and products to help educate different communities of Oregon, as well as those visiting Oregon, to understand the ecology of beaches and dunes, as well as the land use development and policies implemented among them through DLCD. Throughout this fellowship, I've had several different projects. This is highlighting 5 of the major projects that I've been working on. First and foremost was Oregon King Tides projects. This is a community-driven science effort in which to help monitor the Oregon coastline during these extreme high tides. This particular program is significant to DLCD because it not only has a website, but it also does have a social media platform in which we're encouraging individuals and community members to provide images of the coastline after any changes that occur from a King Tides event. I've also been doing a presentation series with the help of several different co-hosts of partnering agencies and nonprofits. For the spring and summer months, I was presenting to different communities to help them better understand or make them more aware of beaches and dunes, as well as statewide planning goal 18. And I've also had some discussions with coastal tribes in order to consult and provide some of their knowledge within the tools that I've been producing and developing. A major project that I've been working on in the past few months has been a story map for those a little bit less familiar with this type of tool. It's an interactive website and it's supposed to be a little bit more inviting for those who might be a little bit less familiar with mapping or with other resources and tools that DLCD has. And one of the final projects that I'm working on is a brochure. This is strictly for beachfront residents or property owners for them to better understand the rules and regulations underneath statewide planning goal 18, which addresses beaches and dunes. So as a review of some of the projects that I've been working on, the presentation series outcome, I was able to host 10 different events along coastal as well as valley regions of Oregon. The success of this varied from place to place. One of the things that we were able to note and notice from this is that if there was a virtual option for this event, we tend to see higher attendance. And then especially if this was part of a talking series. So if our co-host was doing a talk either monthly or on a bi-weekly basis, we tend to see attendance from those who were just happened to stumble upon it. Though there was quite a few individuals that expressed that they understood of these events through our press release and from our other avenues of promoting this presentation series. Now, with the discussion with the federally recognized coastal tribes, there was some interest as far as providing some of their knowledge within the content or the materials that I was developing. However, there were some concerns of there being possible misinterpretation, as well as some of the tribes expressed concern that if I was providing some of their knowledge within a different region, that it may not seem appropriate. Therefore, we came across this statement that was reviewed by the Cultural Resources Cluster in order to encourage folks to realize and recognize that Native people have resided among the Oregon coast during a time immemorial and to utilize their platforms and their resources to have a better understanding of their knowledge and information. Today, you folks will get a little bit of sneak preview of the story map that I've been working on tirelessly. So I do have a committee for this. It not only consists of several DLCD members, but also from partners from DOGAMI, the Department of Geology, Minerals and Industries, as well as Oregon Sea Grant. We've concluded that with this extensive amount of information, we were breaking this down into a 3-part or 3 chapters, if you will. The first chapter focuses on beach and dune ecosystems. It provides more of the science or research behind as far as the definitions of what these landforms are, as well as the research to them, their importance. Chapter 2 is land use management, which helps give people a better understanding about recent historical development as far as why we see the Oregon coast the way it is today, and as well as help give a little bit more details of statewide planning goal 18 and understanding those regulations and policies that are implemented through that goal. The third chapter is community involvement and resources. Essentially, this is a central hub for community members or others who are interested to find all those resources that we have available in one location, as well as resources from our partners that are related to beach and dune ecosystems, because there's something that that I have personally learned from this fellowship is there's a lot of overlapping jurisdiction and quite a bit of misconception as far as what it is that DLC does or who else might be permitting other actions or policies among beaches and dunes. And so with that, to give you folks a little bit of a preview of this story map, you'll see that there's quite a few different features. This is the chapter 1, so it opens up with those clear definitions so people understand what these landforms are, especially if they're not familiar with them. It does provide some video interactive or clarification, excuse me, again, to make it a little bit more inviting. We also utilize some images from our community scientists. We give them appropriate credit with this. We're also referencing a dune management guidebook that will be released in a couple of months. The date is still to be determined. And we can see that we have a couple of other features as well as animations. Again, this is to make it more inviting. So hopefully that some of those complex results or some of the intimidating aspects of mapping are a little bit easier and user-friendly for different audiences or different individuals. So throughout the story map, we're able to provide links such as for our Oregon King Tides, as you can see here, as well as links from other partnering agencies or federal agencies such as NOAA. And then it also opens up to some other relevant projects such as sea level rise adaptation. This is a map done by one of our other colleagues of OCMP. And it provides significantly more details so folks don't have to make an assumption on how to navigate this. There's some tentative plans in order to provide an audio as well, so folks can have a little bit more of an impromptu as far as what to do and how to navigate the website, as well as text material to help them further move along and discover all the different information available through this product. And of course, each chapter will conclude links to the other chapters as well as contact information for DLCD. And the last project that I'll be working on, it's a simple fact sheet, again, strictly geared towards beachfront property owners. And it's to give them pretty much to help them better understand what Goal 18 entails, those rules and those regulations, and who they need to contact predominantly through their city or their county before they do any form of development or construction, considering that whatever they do definitely can have a direct or indirect influence among beaches and dunes. So with that, what have I learned from this experience? I will say quite a lot, much more than what you see bulleted up there. This is an introductory position for me into policy. It's definitely been eye-opening for me. One thing that I definitely learned is DLCD/OCMP. It's a very small yet mighty team. All these individuals have been showing quite all the effort in order to help provide solutions and listening to different community members in order to provide the best fit solution to a lot of concerns or questions. I've also learned establishing definitions and terminology is key, especially since there is an overlap of jurisdiction among beaches and dunes, and we're trying to have a better correlation as far as between different agencies that we're utilizing the same terms, the same definitions, so it's not confusing for individuals or community members. Another thing that I've learned is these outreach aids audiences to better know who DLCD and OCMP is and what it is that we do for their communities or for them individually. And with that, I do want to give sincere and gratitude thank you to the commission, to Meg Reed. She is my direct supervisor, the coastal policy specialist of DLCD, Oregon Coastal Management Program. Each individual member has no hesitation as far as answering all my questions and helping me guide through this fellowship, as well as the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Again, this is introductory for me into policy, and I definitely hope that it gets applied further into my career. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I have provided my email in case you have any other inquiries beyond today. And with that, I open it up to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your work.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from the commission? I saw that as I don't know how intricate it is because I can read the writing, but it's the visuals made me feel like it'd be a good resource for youth. The story map part. Is there any, because somebody else was talking, here from the community here about, there used to be a program within Oregon to educate youth on land use issues, et cetera, et cetera. It just seemed like all coastal, more than coastal, but I'm saying, young people within Oregon should do a module on beaches and dunes, and they should use that. Do we have any insight on how to make something like that happen? I'm not saying start a whole new program, just connect.
Well, thank you, Chair Lova. I will say with the Story Map series, it's actually an open-ended project. So if there's other chapters that need to be included, whether it be included by DLCD employees or future fellows, there's the opportunity where they can even implement and put one that's strictly for youth, or maybe for a certain age group that it might be a little bit more user-friendly, or include significantly more videos if that's what's being shown to be a better learning technique for that age group. And again, with it being open-ended, it also opens the doors for other topics that might become of importance, or if there's any sort of editing that needs to be done with what I produced, things can be updated over time.
We also have another project that Lisa Phipps, the manager for the Oregon Coastal Management Program, Chair, hello, commissioners. We also have another project that's moving forward with another fellow who's doing sea level rise projects with Clatsop County and Cannon Beach. And he is getting into all of the high schools in Clatsop County. And so we now have an into coastal communities, and the work that he's been doing has been really engaging a certain number of classes that he's been able to talk with. And I think that's one of the areas we've identified as a key group that we don't communicate with. So he's opening through that process, and the steps that he's taken, I think, are going to allow us to get into more communities, and projects like this and this tool, I think, are pretty helpful in getting us there.
And I'm not trying to add any work to the department, trust me. But it makes me wonder, like on the volunteer side of getting into communities. I mean, for the past 2 years, I've given a talk on the Oregon land use system to 8th graders. I'll probably do it again this year. And they get it. And so it's just an interesting concept, like somehow we can orient ourselves to be education in that aspect. Yeah. Vice Chair.
I tried to listen to your presentation to OSU in September, and it looked fabulous, but the audio didn't work. So I guess my only question is a lot of that information going to be included in the story maps? Is that where we can learn more? I'm just curious.
Vice Chair Lelak, thank you very much for your question. Yes, a lot of that information is among this story map. Sorry about that technical error. They informed me of that at the end. There are other recordings if you are intrigued, and I can provide them to you through Hatfield Marine Science Center, through I believe that one's their Science on Tap series, correct? And that recording's available. So if you do want to see the presentation itself, it is recorded and available on their YouTube channel. However, again, all that information is going to be available on the Story Map series, which should be completed and available to the public before the conclusion of my fellowship.
Commissioner Thompson.
Clatsop County and Lincoln County both have public information officers, and they're always looking for content. And it could even live on a county website on all the counties all up and down the coast, because we could have some commercial-free, lovely content like this that would educate people and improve the quality of visitorship, I would hope.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Yes, the idea is that this will become available for coastal counties and cities so that they can essentially just hand it over for people who have inquiries. And again, with it being open-ended, it allows a lot of different possibilities contingent upon what DLCD approves and making sure it's in their parameters as far as what they can and should allow to make available for something that's supposed to be a public tool. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. That's it. I think that's the last agenda item for the day. I just put away my annotated agenda. So here we go. Commissioners, yes, Vice Chair.
Just one quick thing, as you're driving home, if you need 20 minutes, this last week I listened to the OPB's Think Out Loud. If you listen to that on Newport and Ashland's 8-year housing production plans get state approval. And it's a great 20-minute segment covered just a few days ago this week. And it talks about what the differences are between I think it was the prior housing needs analysis and the new capacity. And it was just really, really well done. And it was from the perspectives of, I think it was a staff member in Ashland and the Newport mayor, something of that nature, but it was really great. So if you want 20 minutes on your way home, it's a great listen.
And the housing production strategies also, was that part of it?
That was part of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just a really engaging, nice piece.
Extremely relevant. Commissioners, please take some time to fill out your scorecard and give them to Jan before you leave today. And thank you all for joining us. Our next commission is scheduled for January 24th through the 26th. I was like, is that 3 days? On the south coast. This meeting is adjourned.